Hello, hello, and welcome in, everyone, to our next session. And where we left off. Swept away by ambition, cornered in an hour of despair, cry as they might, none will hear them above the roaring rapids of the night in the Backstreets. The so-called Hana Fixer event turned into a death trap, a brutal, bloody evaluation, testing their capabilities to survive. Thwarting the game. The managers now race against a different clock, leading the Fixer swarm through the twisting canals and side streets of V Corp to make it to the nest in time, to seek safety in the hands of the Fixers who have promised them sanctuary if they can survive. The challenge is unfair, and survival seems all but minuscule. Yet, it is in a Fixer's nature to succeed. A groveling insect's as well. Time will tell which the managers end up being in this race to survive. And on this much abhorred detour from their objective to retrieve the suspected golden bough for their facilities. And managers, how do you all feel about the current predicament you found yourselves in, with 35 Fixers dead, and the night in the Backstreets soon to begin? And let's begin with you, Mix, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hi everybody, I'm Mix. I'm a Wandering Storm Dragon VTuber and I play Mix. Terrible, I think would be the best way to describe it. Like, gee, well, surrounded by several dead corpses, which that's terrible. Tired, scared, angry, worried, awful. 0 out of 10 would not recommend. This is, sort of out of the frying pan into the fire situation. And Mix is immediately just like, they aren't panicking yet, but they could soon. In a few minutes or seconds. Not good at all. Not good at all, Mr. DM. You are a cruel one. But we'll see. Maybe we can get through this. Dear God, I hope so.
We'll see if we can. And Merru.
Yes. Hello. I'm the VTuber Merru Online, and I play our control team department head Merru. And I think it would be an understatement to say that Meru's feeling stressed. He was feeling stressed enough by the fighting that had just occurred, though. That was relatively manageable, even if the situation was certainly not ideal. But now, the thought of facing the night in the Backstreets certainly sends a chill down Meru's spine. He is no stranger to surviving a number of those back when he lived in District 23, but it's been a long time since he wasn't facing it alone. He can't just put his head down and rush into, leave here, rush into any nearby establishment without a care for who's behind him. He's not entirely sure what they're going to do, but he knows that when it comes to the night in the Backstreets, any moment wasted can cost you your life. So, he'll simply have to make decisions quicker than sweepers can catch up to them.
We'll see if he's able to do so. And Prior, why don't you introduce yourself and how Prior's holding up?
Hello everyone, my name is Prior. I play the head of the training team of the same name, Manager Prior. And admittedly, 35 dead is a number. It is a number that can be quantified by the number of bodies on the ground, but it is of 100, less than 50. And considering that had no intervention taken place, had things been allowed to play out the way that they seemed to be, and the bloody vengeance that the Fixers had been reaping on each other, Pryor is coldly comforted by the fact that 15 more people lived than ought to have, and perhaps far more than 15, as he doubts these Fixers would have stopped at 50.
And he's right to doubt that. As you can see, even as you've calmed the fighting, tensions are still high. And Kai, why don't you introduce yourself and how you're holding up?
Hi, my name is Kai. I'm a Sea Bunny VTuber, and I play Kai, manager of the safety team, and currently person in a lot of pain. Kai is physically doing worse than he thought that he would be at the moment, which is a bit worrying, as he doesn't often get quite so hurt this early into combat, especially leading into more combat, or at least having to run away from it, leading to a night in the Backstreets, which is also something that he hasn't dealt with in a while. Kai is a little bit out of his depth here, but he also understands that freaking out is not going to get them anywhere, and at best he just has to be a little more careful about not getting super injured, because he really does not have much left in the way of durability.
Yes, you know, Kai, that those wounds, both old ones and the ones you've sustained, are really taking a toll on you, and you've even used up already the gift from Big and Will Be Bad Wolf that you've been given.
Yep.
Oh, but as you all are here in the announcer's box, you feel that wash of light over you all, and you can all heal a point of health damage.
Yeah.
That was actually what I was subconsciously begging for. Glad it worked.
Did I take any health? No, I didn't.
And managers,
Yes, sir.
as you all, I imagine, head back into the crowd below,
Mm-hmm.
the
Oh my
building is
gosh.
noticeably less crowded than it was when you all began. The number of fixers has thinned, and you can see that the surviving Shi are carrying the unconscious body of the woman who attacked and slaughtered the other two. The Liu crowd has all survived, but look battered and bloodied, while the Swai, who engaged in combat with you, are down 2 in numbers. The one Merru shot, who seemed to be riling the rest up, and the one Mick shot, her dog tag still worn around her neck. A view of the Zwei, Gwai and Azzy in particular, keep shooting Mick's nasty looks, but their weapons are stayed by the hushed whispers of their companions. And you can all hear one of the Liu, that woman who was still raring to fight, she kind of demands, so what now, huh? This place is still locked. And the one beside her with the torn sleeves once again moves to hold her back, kind of glancing toward you, Pryor, with a concerned but stern look on her face as she says, "Do you have a plan?" And while the number is frozen at 65, the clock is continuing to tick upwards. What do you all do, managers? And how do you all address this room of fixers?
Pryor tries to stand on a table, tries to just get more verticality. There is innately a sense of, one could say, deference. The perhaps natural urge people have to dissuade those who look down upon them is often counteracted by this sense of awe and wonder of looking up at someone who seems to speak from authority and strength. As Pryor stands there, he clears his throat. We are in a new, different kind of challenge. One that tests more than our ability to cut down our allies and fellows. Now, we are in a test of our wits. Anyone with experience on the Backstreet of dealing with locks, dealing with security, espionage, break and enter, I want you on the doors. We need a full understanding of the mechanisms being used and how they are being used. Everyone who has medical knowledge, start tending to the wounded. We need everyone able and ready to move as soon as possible. We are only as fast as our slowest member. There are strength in numbers if we get caught. And for anyone with physical capability, rest. Eat what little of the food is left. You will need your calories and you will need your strength. Only through unity can the outcome be changed from its predetermined roots. If any of us fail, we all would have been better off dead in this room. So straighten your backs, steel your gazes, and get to work, fixers. Our time is limited.
Pryor, can you make me a leadership role, a conviction or a presence leadership role?
Shall make a presence leadership then.
And you can add your specialty to this.
Thank you. Difficulty?
Difficulty is, I would say it is a scaling difficulty, so you can set it at 1, and the higher you roll, the more effective your command is.
Alright, come on. Nope, another point of willpower burnt. I want to do better than that. I'll take 6.
6 successes? Alright.
That's pretty dang good.
Yes, with 6 successes, you are able to get those in the room to listen to you. You see this she-woman up there kind of leap down from where she was positioned, and she immediately goes to the door. And you watch as she starts fiddling with the locks for a moment and then calls out to the rest of you, "These can't be picked."
Pryor doesn't start a screaming match, especially if it's potentially something. He summons over anyone else with knowledge, and he'll walk over to the she-fixers, gesturing for the managers to follow him, if they so choose to.
Kai will certainly follow.
Sure.
Maxwell, they don't really like how the speech that Pryor made. They kind of like, well, why are we wasting our time tending the wounded? I mean, this is like survival of the fittest, but you know, they keep it to themselves for now.
So they're not following Pryor?
No, they'll follow. They're just
oh, okay.
They kind of look a little apprehensive.
As
Pryor will make his way over to the door then.
Absolutely. As you make your way over to the door, the fixers there parts that you can move through. You see that they have begun doing as you've said. The Liu all seem to be trying to tend to each other's wounds. The She, who haven't joined Mia by the door, are by the unconscious body of the woman who had attacked you and those in the room with her prior. And as they all move aside, this She here turns to you and she says, "The locks. They're J Corp locks.
They didn't skimp out. Should have expected as much. No way we're picking through a singularity. But how about the doorframe itself? Technically, if this area is built to collapse, it can't be residential zoned, and the Night of the Backstreet hasn't technically started yet. Do you think we might be able to undo the sealing mechanism? Anything not connected to the lock innately? Maybe work around the singularity?
She kind of hums, looking up and down, sort of analyzing the structure, and she hesitates before she says, I think that with enough force, the building itself should be able to be brought down. At least part of the walls.
Kai.
Shall I start tearing through the wood?
I'll see if I can get maybe a couple of the Liu or Zwei to assist you, but I think it's going to come down to your strength here. Most of us are not really built to make it through material. I don't know how far the J Corp zone of influence on their singularity goes, but I have a feeling this is going to be a tough thing to tear through.
Mia turns to you when she hears that prior and says, should just be the lock itself.
All right, then. Kai, I'll leave it to you to start. I'll bring over people to cycle out, but give them hell.
Yes, sir. And, sorry, just to ask Mr. DM, it's the walls that I'm tearing through, like, around the door? Or am I actually just, like, trying to rip down this door as best I can?
Yes, so you are trying to get through one of the walls, in particular, some of the more observant fixers among them. One of the Liu, Avelina kind of comes over to help, as well as Azzy, who is still shooting Mix, nasty looks. But you can see that the more observant among them sort of point out some structurally weak points, and point you in the direction of where it looks like it's best to try to hit. It looks like also there's kind of a small crowd around you at this point as well. A bunch of the Liu are kind of like, you know, pounding their like fist into their hand, like looking ready to like start attacking wherever they're told to. In particular, that one woman who kept having to be held back. And a bunch of the Zwei have also kind of crowded around as well. It seems like, in particular, those nervous grade 9 fixers, that pair of the one boy and girl seem like they really want to help out.
All right. Well, I think in that case, Kai, if they point to a structurally unsound area of the wall, Kai will use one of the claws of his giant paw and kind of etch an X into it, that he'll take first initiative to try to punch through, giving a specific marked spot to anyone else who wants to help, so that they're all focusing their force onto one specific point.
Absolutely. You can do that. And if you're going to go focus and lead that, you can make me a physique plus physique roll, and you can add a bonus dice for each association helping out. So you have the Zwei rallying about you.
Mm-hmm.
You have the She pointing out basically where to hit in particular and to get more precise strikes. And you have the Liu all throwing their full force at it. So you can add free dice to your roll.
All right. Zwei, I'm so sorry. It's spelled Z-W-E-I, right?
Yep. Z-W-E-I.
Okay. Fantastic. And what is the difficulty?
The challenge is going to be a scaling one. You will be able to get this door down. But basically,
Alrighty.
it'll depend on what time you get the door down. So
Right,
the
like how long
current
it
time,
takes?
yeah, how long it takes. So
Got
the current time is 1:25 a.m. So this will basically determine how fast you're able to get the door down.
Okie dokie. Make this a good roll. No, we're trying that again. We're willpowering that.
3 successes.
5.
5
I ain't bad.
successes. All right, and with 5 successes, you know what? I'll say it takes you all about 5 minutes to get this down. Would you like to describe actually how you claw into this door, Kai?
I think Kai's technique is going to involve a little more, I guess, almost like, at first he digs into it, I want to say, but then he starts kind of punching the most affected areas that he has dug into, where it seems like the wood was bending the most, just trying to get a cave in, because it's not so much like digging through dirt as it is trying to find a weak point and making the entire thing cave in. So I think he's really focusing on like hammering his way into it with all the force that he can muster behind his paw. I think 5 minutes ain't bad, but I think that the reason that he doesn't just immediately slam this down is that punching is not so much his specialty as swiping. And he's more so trying to push into it.
As you push into it, you have the force of the Swy behind you, helping to do so and basically filling in whenever you falter. And the Liu too are throwing their fists, the fire alighting against the wood. And in particular, there's this one Liu Fixer who rushes past you in a moment, Kai, when you're just taking a break, and headbutts his head into the spot.
Wow.
Does it work really well, or is this a secret technique?
You're not quite sure. It looks like his head's hurting a little bit after he froze himself in. And the long purple-haired Liu Fixer just sort of kind of sneaks back into the crowd.
Very charming.
But with that, through your combined efforts, you're all able to bring this wall down and make it out into V Corp's Backstreets.
Well, don't feel great about that either, but
The moment you all get out, one of the fixers kind of looks around and suggests you see one of the Swy, Azzy here, kind of point to the cars and say, what about the vehicles? And all the fixers who came here in vehicles sort of turn to look at them. And that one she from before, Mia, just shakes her head and says, no good. The wheels. Golden locks. The same kind.
I thought of everything. Shit.
The two nervous Swy, Pico and Nyla, kind of look at Pryor and they're kind of like, isn't it already 1:30 a.m.?
It's going to be close. Pryor raises his voice. In fact, it's going to be very, very close. But it's not an impossible trip to make. We have our best guides leading the way. We're going to have to pick up our pace. Look to your left and look to your right. Those are your buddies. Keep an eye on both of them. Make sure that they do not fall behind. If they need help, make sure someone's around to help them. If we start losing numbers and get staggered, it'll be like leaving a trail of blood. we're going to start marching. And he'll lower his voice and speak to Merru and say, now more than ever, we're gonna need your guidance, Merru. Do you think you can find the shortest path possible?
I mean, I've never been to these Backstreets before, but I'm sure I can figure something out.
Merru,
Yes.
can you make me I would say an intuition Backstreet society roll?
Sure.
You cannot add your specialty here, however,
That's
because
fine.
it does not concern fixers. Even
That's
if you
okay.
are leading, actually, you know what? The route itself might not have to do with fixers, but you are leading fixers through the Backstreets. I will give you your specialty bonus because
you.
you are taking into account what each association is best at. You're thinking about the fact that the SWI can keep up a guard and shields in case you all get attacked. You're thinking about the fact that the Liu are basically good in these open areas for war, and that if need be, they can basically fend off any threats and go on the offensive while the SWI take the defensive. And you're thinking about how the Shi can essentially scout ahead without being seen and return back with any information on paths ahead that might be bad to go. So I'll give you that specialty.
Thank you, Mr. DM. What is the challenge level? Is it
This
scaling
once
or-
more is a scaling one.
All right.
The challenge is 1. The higher you get, well, let's just say the less complications there will be.
All right, well, let's see, please.
Three
Hopefully I would
successes.
reroll. My willpower is a little, not doing well. I mean... No,
Would
I
you like-
can't. I can't reroll. I'm almost impaired. And I have 2 aggravated dots as well on my sheet, so I
In
can't. I
that
really
case,
shouldn't.
With 3 successes, Merru, you are able to lead everyone as best you can. It is a little bit slow going with such a big group, but at the very least, you are not being attacked. Your pace is slowed, but no further injuries are sustained. And as you are all proceeding through V Corp's Backstreets, it's quite the unusual sight, I imagine. A whole parade of fixers swarming through the Backstreets right before the night would begin. You can see people peeking through their windows before they close them down. You hear a few people yell, "Get inside!" But they don't open their doors to permit you entry to their abode. And you all see a woman locked outside one of the houses, banging up a boarded up door. And the moment you all pass, she kind of whirls around and just starts running beside all of you, joining the back of the procession.
Great, more people.
You do
Prior absolutely does. Prior does not deny them entry into the procession. If anything, he sort of gives them a nod as they join in. He's like, "Sure, you know what? We're all in this together right now." He is hurting the. I would like to say that if Kai would not be opposed to it, Prior is sort of trying to keep pace and order, and he's sort of sending Kai out to make sure people aren't falling off the group on either side, like a
sheepdog.
Well, I wasn't gonna say it like that, but yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
But Kai is very good at it, and I think that's something to be proud of. I think that there is no shame in being very good at chasing people back to safety.
Yeah, and if you really want, he'll even, like, meow at them when they're getting too off course or whatever, as he baps them with his paw to shove them back into the group.
Exactly.
Yeah. If that would make
Strategy
Fire
achieved.
happy.
You are able to gently shove any stragglers. Particularly, I imagine the grade 9s are the ones having the most trouble keeping up. At one point, you shove the one fixer who looks to be in his 40s. He's kind of like, I'm following you. Don't need to shove me. As Jeremy kind of just gives you a glare at that.
I will hit him with a like, my fault, I just didn't want you to get murdered, but like, you know, suit yourself, I guess, and then continues to swat at him to get back into the group.
He just kind of swats back at you and gets back into line. And as you all approach one of the drawbridges, you all know that you are nearing the safe location that you were given. It was marked as being not in the nest, but basically close to where the nest was, on that border, the very thin line between the nest and the Backstreets. And as
Sanctuary's
you all,
nearby.
they all kind of nod when they hear that. And as you all start to approach, you see in the darkness, across the bridge, from the direction of the nest,
Great.
Oh, yeah, there's time.
you can hear but a string of numbers. And from the dark, the glow of red eyes emerges. Hooks glowing red and fuel tanks visible on their backs. 3:13 a.m. The night in the Backstreets. Their language is unintelligible, and there is no reasoning with monsters like them. As they begin to approach the horde of you, you know the safe location is near, but the sweepers are upon you. Managers, how do you react as some of the more novice and nestborn fixers among you start panicking at the sight?
If it's only the novices panicking, we're in a really big trouble. Everyone should be panicking.
Oh, they're all panicking.
Okay.
No, they're all panicking, but those are the ones who first start.
Ooh, boy, howdy. Okay. Excellent question. How are we gonna do this? Anyone got anything to do before Pryor starts barking orders?
No, I mean, there's not really much that you can do at the moment. I mean, Merru, if he was kind of towards the front, I mean, he's very willing to, in an instant, have Magic Bullet in his hands, ready to do something. But he's also himself trying to mentally figure out what on earth they're supposed to do right now.
Okay.
I was like, yeah, Kai doesn't have anything to do, but like, if Pryor starts barking orders to move elsewhere or whatever, Kai will continue to sheepdog. Go on ahead, goat.
Yeah, Kai, at this point, it's probably a lot more difficult too. You see some of the sweepers, or not the sweepers, the fixers trying to like
Oh yeah, people are panicking.
make a run for it. Like people starting to panic.
Yeah, for sure. Kai will continue to try his best. Let me amend that.
Would you like to make me a, I would say, physique brawl to try to keep them in their in line?
All right.
May I make an argument on Kai's behalf?
Oh, absolutely. Please do.
A presence brawl, perhaps?
Oh.
It's less about physically constructing them and more about sort of keeping them into a formation so they don't feel alone and broken.
That is a great idea. And Kai, I believe you have a certain passive that would apply regarding your appearance.
Right, I'm hot. Is my hotness helping here?
Yeah,
I think it would.
Oh my god, whoa.
Your hotness can help here.
Oh my gosh. It is a +2, yes.
That it is.
I'm gonna name the modifier being hot.
It's actually
If that's-
called effortlessly beautiful, but
Yeah. Would you like me to say that instead?
No.
you may put being hot.
Yay! Okay, thank you. But yes, effortlessly beautiful. I could put that in chat if you would like.
Oh, we got it. Don't
I'll do
worry.
that.
Make that roll.
Oh, you already did. Oh, Prior did. Thank you, Prior. What is the challenge, or is it scaling?
It is once again a scaling. With the higher you roll, the more people you're going to be able to get back in line.
All right. I would like to try that again. I think this is pretty dire.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Seven
Yeah,
successes.
that's pretty good.
That is more than enough to get everyone back in line, although there is panic at first. The grade 9s are the easiest to get to listen to you, actually, despite being the ones panicking the most. And as some of the higher ranked ones give you a little bit of trouble. But whether it's your looks or your persuasiveness or your intimidation, you're able to essentially keep them in their formation.
They're already dealing with one potential threat. I don't think they want to deal with another in the form of his giant person-sized paw.
Absolutely.
I was
Prior.
gonna say, I was actually gonna say, does Mix have anything that they'd like to try before Prior starts telling everyone to book it like it's like they're in a library?
No.
Excellent. All right then. Prior is going to step onto like a dumpster or a trash can, anything to, again, just get that little bit of verticality over him. Life for a daredevil, off his back, he points it like a big, glowing, pale arrow in the night as he slashes through the air, leaving that after image as a gesture. And he says, leave nothing in your tanks, lest you end up in theirs! Move! One foot in front of the other! Everyone who falls is a hazard for everyone who comes after. Move as one! Left, right, left! Everyone in the back, turn and face! We need to drive them off. Prior is effectively saying that everyone moves until they're upon us, and the second they're upon us, we need to just turn and try and jolt the wave back so we can get a little further. This is no longer a fantasy of everyone ends up alive. This is now a desperate bid for survival. Surviving a night in the Backstreets is an accomplishment for even the most experienced and talented fixers and threats of the city. And he is surrounded by a horde of young to competent fixers. Nothing before the tidal wave that approaches.
Absolutely. You can go and make me a presence leadership with rally. It is a scaling difficulty, and this will be the role to basically push back the wave for a moment and give yourselves all a chance to get your footing.
All right, then I am going to use my push on this resolve, or on this result.
Absolutely.
gonna go for it. Maybe I can get 6. Maybe I can get 6. 6 is always a good number. I mean, 5. Okay, 5 successes is actually really good, and I'm running out of willpower, and I don't know what's gonna happen next.
Do you want to keep it at 5 successes? I will say that is enough to give you all a moment. Especially because you know the sweepers do come in waves. You have a feeling they're just going to keep getting stronger as the waves continue to come upon you all.
Yeah, I'm gonna save my willpower. 5. 5 is pretty good. 5 is pretty dang good. Prior rallies with all he can manage in his tank. A distraction, anything to keep them focused, and surging forward. Prior begins to allow himself to kind of be washed over as he starts to cycle to the back so he can more accurately command those who are going to need guidance the most, those who are going to have to break the first waves that fall upon them.
Absolutely. And as you do so, and as you all face the wave head on, you all notice that there is a booth on the other side of this drawbridge. It looks like if you can make it to that booth, you might be able to operate the drawbridge itself. However, you do know that the waves are going to keep coming, and that while you can push back this initial one, you doubt you're going to be able to have the time to keep pushing back all of them.
Okay, in that case... Prior, wait, we have tablets, we can talk to each other.
You do.
Other managers, you're gonna feel a buzzing in your pocket as Prior tries to reach you.
Imagine if we ignored you. No.
Managers, do you answer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
Prior-
iPhone's ringing.
Prior is clearly moving, and you kind of get like that. His voice comes through distorted and a little shaky as it tries to pick him up over the sound of people's feet hitting the ground around him, and he says, "Up ahead, Merru, do you see it? The drawbridge. The sweepers. They'll have to route around it. That might buy us enough time to be able to get to the other side."
Oh, okay.
All right. Can you turn the tide? Get Mix to turn. We need to get everyone onto the bridge. And some of us are gonna need to stay behind. I'll see who I can find, but this might be our only chance to break ourselves away from the wave, because as soon as they fall upon us, no one is surviving.
Right.
All right. Managers, let's do this. Prior hangs up unceremoniously, and from the back he sort of begins to rally, and he's going to try and turn the tail towards the bridge if the managers can turn the front and try and guide everyone across it.
Absolutely. And managers, instead of you all rolling,
Oh?
a special little event will happen.
Oh.
As the wave of sweepers crashes over you, and you're at the drawbridge, which if it can be raised, then perhaps you can make your escape. Time is of the essence. And we'll roll to see which association will hold them off. The Sly, if it's a 1 to 3. The She, if it's 4 to 6. And the Leo, if it's 7 to 9.
Huh.
And if we roll a 10, you're all able to do it in time, with no one needing to do so.
That's so cool, Cinna.
So, let's roll. Alright, I just realized I need to pull up this so you can all see the rolls. That one success is a 10!
Oh! Oh my god!
Oh my god.
As the fixers prepare to get into position, your first initial push was enough that you all didn't even need to have anyone make a final stand.
Oh.
And managers, you're all able to reach the booth without anyone needing to sacrifice themselves.
Wow.
Okay.
One in. Wow.
All right.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed. I expected some of them to die here. Congratulations, Fixers. You've survived. For now. Managers.
Well, congratulations on your results, audience.
However, for you managers, you all make it to that booth. And do you tell the Fixers to move?
Yes, yeah. As soon as the managers get into the control booth, Pryor is going to signal them all to get across. As they're able to repel the initial wave, he gets all of the Fixers to the other side of the drawbridge. He then does turn to the managers. If we're in this booth, we're not across. We're going to need to find our own way over. If any of you want to get out there, now's your chance.
See, Merru would want to, but he can't.
Merru.
Because he has that thing in the back of his mind of what will happen if anything happens to the other managers.
You remember in particular what was said
Yes.
to you by a certain AI assistant, or rather
Yes.
what wasn't said.
Yeah. And he knows the one person who absolutely won't go cross with the other Fixers is Pryor. So if Pryor's stuck, he's stuck too. So no, Merru won't leave.
Pryor glances between Kai and Mix if either of them want to make the sure shot to safety right now before Pryor lifts the bridge.
Kai has always been one to protect the group, or try his best to, so no, I do not think that Kai will make the break for safety.
Well,
Mix?
Mix is the odd person out. They will. It's all about safety. Nah, I'm kidding. But no, Mix will. They would, and honestly, they probably would normally. But the reason that they don't is because they see the other three aren't making a move, and against their better judgment, they decide, very upset, but they decide to stay.
Absolutely. And as the four of you decide to stay, you all have a moment to say something to each other.
Prior turns to Mix and says, "Watch your legs this time."
And as you say that, oh, please go ahead.
No, that's all. Prior is a manic. I would call it an unhinged smile, but it is more a deeply concerned, like, grimace of, like, acceptance that this is not the position they want to be in right now.
Prior, as you say that, you can hear ones and zeros noises as the sweepers do actually pause for a brief moment, and then they start to split on either side of the canal, heading towards an alternate bridge. And as they go right to that nearest bridge, some of them still proceeding toward the four of you, some of them heading toward that bridge, you see the fixers all taking off in the opposite direction, in the left direction. It looks like you've bought them all a bit of time, but the first wave is now upon all of you as we roll for initiative.
Well, this is my first time being caught in the night in the Backstreets. But this time I don't feel as confident in my odds.
Mhm.
We have no choice but to make it through. I'm not
We
dying
had a
right now.
choice. We had a choice. We could have crossed the.
I didn't have a choice.
Yeah, we did.
I'm not arguing with you right now.
I don't
Fuck
think
you.
all four of us could have gone.
Just whatever.
Oh. Well.
Rolling for initiative, and let me get the sweepers. All right, managers. Just gonna move that there for all of you. We begin combat. Kai, you're up first. What do you do as you see the sweepers begin to approach, those red eyes glowing?
Sweepers are not. This is scary, and Kai is not doing great. So I'm scared. But there isn't like a runaway option. So you know. You know what? He'll take yeah, I think he's gonna take a minor action and protect, or sorry, guard. I'll pick Prior.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
I shall
Kai,
add to my notes.
yes. Kai will take the minor action and guard Prior, and
Prior is now guarded. Prior gains 2 stacks of protection, and Kai, you gain 2 stacks of fragile.
yeah. God, I'm stupid. I'm glad that Prior won't get as hurt though. Sorry, I'm kind of flip-flopping right now. I'm considering grappling one of the sweepers and trying to move them, but it's not like there's like a safe space to move them to. I just want to push people back, so
Wait,
I guess I should just attack them.
We are on a bridge.
You are on a
You
bridge.
could grapple and throw them into the water.
Can I grapple? Can I try to grapple and throw someone into the water?
Yeah, if you want to grab the sweeper in front of you and try to grapple that
All right.
sweeper.
Yes.
We'll see if they can swim with all that heavy equipment.
Yeah.
I
what
would
was-
say to grapple the sweeper, unless you have something special for grappling, it would probably be a physique brawl against challenge 4.
Thankfully, I do believe Kai does have something special.
I was gonna say, isn't I have. Well, my third skill is pleading grip, which is what I was
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yes.
You can use your skill free.
All right.
I forgot
Sorry
you
if
had
this
that.
doesn't. Sorry if this doesn't apply anymore. It and actually this might not even apply because I'm grappling them. But didn't Kai before was able to add on an extra die when he was rolling against something that wasn't a person?
No.
Yes,
that
so
is-
now, yes, now you can push any roll you want, which means that you can increase that exclamation mark dice by up to 2 if you want to, and it works the exact same way as the old mechanic did. It's just now 2 dice.
Okay, great. Yeah, this isn't a person, so I'm using some desperation die. And is there a challenge here? I'm rolling against
challenge
rolling
4.
against there's challenge 4. Okay.
Yep. Also,
Word.
yes, you all have resolve as you strengthen your resolve, and you will be able to have the next red damage source that you take, and
Oh,
you
fantastic.
feel the light wash over you as you can all heal a point of sanity damage.
Oh, that's huge
Ooh.
for me.
That's
huge.
very nice for me too. Okie dokie. I'm gonna try my best. Okay.
That's a success.
Yep. Kai will push the sweeper in front of him right into the water.
Absolutely. That sweeper has been pushed off the bridge.
Yeah, I imagine their physique is less than equal to or less than 4.
Yes, yes.
Yep. However, the rest of them do immediately fill in.
So one less one on the board.
Yeah, yeah. One less on the board.
That's a pretty good turn 1. Just immediately enemy off the board.
Yeah.
And Kai, is that your turn?
Yes, that is my turn.
Mix. We go to you next. What would you like to do?
Mix will shoot the first person closest to them.
Hell yeah!
Me!
3 bullets in the back of Kai's skull.
What is the difficulty?
Challenge 4 to hit this sweeper.
Gotcha. This will be the first one.
5 successes.
then-
That first one hits. We'll do the damage after you do the second one as well.
It'll they will shoot the one in front of Pryor. They miss.
3 successes against challenge 4. That's a miss, but the first one will be taking 5 successes. Challenge 4. That's gonna
Plus
be
3.
Yep, 4 black. That was your black damage you did first, right?
Yeah.
This
Yep,
sweeper.
yep. You can note on the mix sheet. It says
Yep.
it's tagged.
Oh, thank you. So it's taking black damage, and it is also piercing, which the sweeper is fatal to. So it does not get
A
does
reduction.
not get a resist on this. So yep, it will be taking that full. I believe it was 4 black damage.
Four black.
4 black damage. You hear a string of 0s and 1s. You can't tell if this thing is in pain or not. It's a little hard to determine. And Merru, what would you like to do?
Oh, I think we all know what I would like to
Oh,
do.
I think we do. I think we do indeed.
Well, of course, Meru's had Magic Bullet ready since they first caught sight of the sweepers. So I think, I mean, they've set themselves up in such a pretty line.
Oh, they have. They're all
They
lined
have.
up just for you. Especially
have.
because the drawbridge, you've all noticed, has
Does have
basically...
one entryway.
Yep, it has a single entryway.
Yes. No, this is certainly a good use for Magic Bullet. The one thing is, Merru, he will, he's not gonna, like, shove Prior. But he is going to, like, force his way in front of Prior because he's not dealing with trying to not shoot Prior. So if he may kind of, like, I don't know. Can he move in front of Prior without being too close to the sweepers?
He can. I can say you can kind of pull Prior back. I'll let
Okay.
you do so because it's the first turn and you move before the sweepers. You can kind of push Prior behind you.
Okay. Yeah, he will do so then.
Yeah,
And-
it would make sense that if when we were getting into position, Prior would not stand in a position that was directly in front of Merru.
Yeah. They know this song and dance by now. So he will be firing Magic Bullet, and he will be using his wait before his core, his desperation core.
Yes. So Merru, instead of pushing, you can add 3 dice as you use your
Yes.
desperation. Are you injured or strained right now? I don't believe you are.
No, he hasn't taken a point of health damage. He is a little over halfway to being like willpower, like strained, I guess. But he's not there yet. So it's 3 right now.
That is
And
correct.
you said the challenge was 4, is that what you said?
The challenge is 4.
Okay. Let's see. So let me roll.
That's 6 successes.
I mean, hey, we were given a free,
Not
You're
use
given
it,
a-
right?
yeah. So I might as well re-roll here. It's fine. Come on.
Absolutely.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Well wasted.
Hey,
Fine.
three blank dice out of your pool.
That's true. Getting it out of the way. At least I hit.
You do hit, and you're hitting the ones right in front of you.
Yep.
That's going to be a total of 6 piercing black damage to all of them,
Right?
I believe. Magic bullet fire. Yep. So, let me do those calculations. As these sweepers all in front of you take that damage, and they don't get to reduce the black damage as a result of it being Pierce. All right. And now it is the sweeper's turn. So this one, you know what? They all move at once as a wave. Give me just a moment.
I will say Merru was low-key hoping they'd all get taken down, so he's a little
Oh no!
nervous when
No,
they just
they're
nothing
still
happens.
standing. They're still standing. Now they don't look to be in good shape, but you notice, Merru, that despite all the damage you just did to them, unlike most opponents you go up against, and even abnormalities, you can't tell if these things are in pain or not, as they just keep moving ahead.
Well,
And let's see what they're gonna do. This one right here is going to attempt to extract fuel, and then seems to realize that there are no corpses around as all the fixers were able to escape. So it instead, you know what? I think what we're gonna do is it's gonna focus on you, Kai. As you are
cute.
marked for disposal. So you can make me a challenge 4.
Mm-hmm.
And it is just a your usual evade roll that you would make here.
Sorry, is it, that would be reflex athletic?
Yes, reflex athletics.
Alright, cool. Yes. Challenge 4. I'm can I add the 2 desperation die? Because I'm dodging against the not person.
I believe,
In the past, it was that I could use it for any roll against the non-human.
that is not applicable anymore because we changed that system.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
sorry. How it works now is you can push any roll you want. It doesn't even have to be against the
Oh,
non-human.
just any
Yep.
roll? Oh, okay, my
Yeah.
bad.
But it's now only 2 dice.
Okay. Awesome. Okay.
5 successes to dodge. You are able to dodge. As
God.
the sweeper comes at you with its hooks, it tries to dig its hooks into you, but you are able to evade it. And this one here advances after it, and this one is going to... Ooh. You know what? This one and the the one behind it, because you all wiped out that other one. These two are both going to rush forward and use Sweep the Backstreets on you, Kai and Mix. So you can both make me a athletics reflex roll at challenge 4.
Okay. Okie dokie. Oh, Jesus Lord. Are you kidding me?
whoa. 2 very different results.
Wow.
Oh shit!
My health's not looking good. I
With
wouldn't...
the crit, could I help Kai?
Yeah, so Kai, you got a 0 successes. So Mix, you did get a crit at 6 successes. However, Kai did get a 0. I will let you help Kai, but I will say it'll be reducing damage.
Could I take the hit for Kai?
You know what? I'll let you take the hit for Kai. With a crit.
Whoa.
Okay.
If you'd like to describe what Mix does, and I'll let you know how much damage you're taking.
Mix has an interest in not letting Kai go down because if Kai is also their only medic, and if Kai goes down, then it becomes a lot harder to use ampules, all that sort of thing. Mix is fine with taking a hit now. If it means they'll just get patched up later. So yeah, I think Mix sees the sweeper like come in, raising their weapon, and Mix just grabs and yanks Kai back with a surprising amount of strength. Back a bit, so just back a bit further, raising their leg, hooking it around Kai's front waist, and just almost kicking him back just in time, and pays the price for it and gets hit.
Absolutely. So, you are going to be taking 8 unhalved black piercing damage. The resolve was for red. So, unfortunately, it doesn't protect you against this. And you, where is your so this is piercing, which is ineffective against you. So you take, I believe with ineffective, it halves the superficial damage. But this is unhalf superficial. So you are just taking that, but then you get to reduce it because it is black by -1. And your Ego Armor passive when facing a target in one-on-one combat, but this is not that. So you will be taking, I believe, 7 unhalf superficial.
Wahoo.
So 7 unhalved superficial damage.
Oh my
Sorry, yes. So 7 damage of
If it's...
sorry, I'm doing my own math. It's four damage coming to
8 damage
Mix.
coming to Mix.
Oh yes, that would be minus 8 damage from 1 attack.
There's 2 sweepers attacking.
Oh, each attack would be minus by 1. So it
Oh,
would be
right.
So it would be 6 damage total.
6 damage total. All right. Yep. In that case, Mix, you are taking 6 damage. Unhalf superficial.
Nice. Black damage, which means I would split it between my health and my willpower.
Yep. So you take 3 willpower, 3 health.
Yep, that is correct.
Cool.
And those have been those sweepers that have gone. So then these 3 still have to move. So let's see. This one is going to move forward and Merru, it is going to try to attack you.
Yup. Okay. Remind me what I'm rolling to.
Challenge for reflex athletics.
All right. And I can once again use my core with this, right?
Yep,
Okay.
you can use that with it.
Well, I certainly will. I don't want to get hit.
Tempting that egg sanity damage every roll.
If I get hit, I'm also taking sanity
True.
damage.
True.
It's fine. See? I needed it. I needed it real bad.
Oh my gosh. 5 successes, you're able to dodge. The one behind it is going to do the same attack
Right.
as it tries to mark you for disposal.
Right. Now, remind me how we're doing dodging when it comes to dodging multiple attacks.
Burn a point of sanity. Roll it again.
Oh my god. It's fine. Okay, I'll use the point of sanity. I'm so close to being strained, but it's fine. It's fine. and I will tempt fate once again. Okay. Challenge 4, come on.
That one would hit with 3 successes to dodge.
So,
I mean, you're taking the willpower damage either way. It's just the question of if you willpower roll and get all zeros, you go into egg willpower. Yeah. If you don't, you still go into willpower impaired, and you get marked for disposal.
You're right. I'm going to willpower reroll and strain myself. You're right. You're very convincing. All right, come on, Merru.
Hey!
Okay. Well, I am strained, but it's fine because being strained helps me. I do better when I'm really stressed out.
That's true. That's true.
I dodge. It's all good. It's all good. Merru does not. He's terrified of sweepers. He's seen them one too many times.
And you see these two beginning to approach.
Oh.
And encroach in as these two are going to use Sweep the Backstreets.
Okay.
And both of you can make me a challenge 4.
Boy.
All right, and I get my second aggravated willpower. Fine.
Ooh. This is actually part of the new updates. I didn't push this out before session, Mr. DM, but I was going to push out an update that attack weight attacks you always get to dodge, because otherwise it does create some issues with everyone just getting auto hit repeatedly. Though that is still part of the beta document, so I'm not sure if you want to push that out for this session or not.
Oh yes, no, you both get a dodge roll.
Oh, so I don't have to.
If that's what you mean.
Yeah, you don't. If there's multiple attack weight, you get a dodge roll regardless of how many dodge rolls you've made before.
Oh,
okay. So I don't have to further strain myself.
Yes, because then otherwise all mass attacks would just basically be auto hit attacks.
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome.
The 5th Trumpet TTRPG is a living document in progress being developed as we play the game, so I would like to thank you all for your patience as we continue to work out some of the mechanical updates session after session, eventually for your guys' benefit and use.
Yes!
Anyway, I get to roll either way, but Merru does not need to strain himself. He just gets to roll.
Awesome. Well, now my desperation goes up to 4 because I'm strained.
That it does.
Which is awesome. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite me. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh no.
Are you kidding me?
Well, you dodge, but you're taking 2 willpower damage.
Are you kidding me?
Oh no!
I'm so.
You know what? Prior.
I mean, you can choose to fail the attack if you'd like.
I will say,
Failing the attack.
You got a 6 success crit. I will let you, if you want Prior to try to grab Merru, you can reduce one of those. You only have to take 1 of the exclamation marks. You only have to take 1 sanity damage, not 2. Because you both passed.
You know what?
And Prior had
You know what?
crit.
I will pass along my crit to reduce Merru's additional aggravated damage to 1.
Thank you, Prior.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as Merru launches backwards, Prior lowers his shoulder, and Merru does a roll over Prior's back to get away from it, and the two of them are fighting shoulder to shoulder, or at least as much as they can.
Yeah. Shoulder to arm.
Absolutely. All right. And you're not taking any damage from this attack. And Prior, that's all the sweepers. It's your turn.
Okay. Prior says, Merru, you got this line?
I can try.
Want me to try and... I'll try and thin out the other side.
Sure.
I'll leave this to you. And Prior will Prior will cross over, and he'll try and target this sweeper here.
Absolutely. Just checking which one?
Sorry, the one
Mix injured?
up here.
Absolutely. What would you like to do?
I think rather than going for a buff this round, I think Prior is just going to try and get another one off the field. Right now, I think damage is the best way that he can support. So he is just going to bring Life for a Daredevil up over his shoulder and go for a slash across this thing's chest.
Absolutely. It's a challenge for it to hit.
Alrighty. That's margin. I do want to. You know what? I'll try and push for a little more. Okay, that's fine. So that is 3 pale damage. So their health tracker gets reduced by 1, and then I do believe the damage gets reduced by another 1 by their defense.
That I believe it does, as the sweepers are... They take slash normally, but they do resist that pale. So it does get reduced by 1, but they're still taking 2 damage, it looks like. 2 unhalved pale.
Yep, 2 unhalved pale, and remember their health boxes are reduced by 1.
Yep, and I was sure to do that.
Excellent.
And you can hear it making that sound again of 0s and 1s at that. And...
Perfect. That is Prior's attack.
Absolutely. We go to the top of the turn order, and we're back to Kai.
Wahoo. Okay, gosh. I am going to switch who I am guarding. I'm gonna guard Mix because they just took an amount of damage. You know, Mix is not nearly as tanky as Kai. For Kai's sake. So I'm gonna take a minor turn, guard Mix, and then would you mind if I tried grappling another sweeper off the bridge?
Go for it. You absolutely can grapple another sweeper.
If I may make a suggestion, maybe targeting this middle one, because this first one's injured, so Mix might be able to take them out in one hit, and then aim their second attack elsewhere.
Okay, so sorry. So the one right in front of us is already hurt. Okay, and then
yes.
Which one do you want me to? The one right behind them?
Yeah, that one
Okay.
should be fully healed.
Sick. Then yeah, I will go for this creature. I was gonna say young
one?
man. Yes, the middle one.
Yeah, you can basically, you can do that.
Alrighty. Is it challenge 4 still?
Yep, it's still challenge 4.
Okie dokie. Loki, yup.
7 6
Hell
crit.
yeah!
You know what? With a crit, I'll let you do the same thing you did for the whales. You are able to throw both of these sweepers off the side as they're both like coming up one right after the other.
Yeah. Yeah, Kai's just gonna take a good running start and ram into both of them, grabbing them and pushing them off the bridge with all his force.
Mm-hmm. Our crit king is back.
Yup.
And Kai, if that is your turn, and just to check,
Yes.
you are now guarding Mix, you said?
Yes, I'm now guarding Mix.
All right. I know Guarded didn't go off for Prior because it was an AoE attack. So, next up, Mix, what would you like to do?
Yes, sir. I would like to shoot the sweeper in front of me.
Absolutely. Go for it.
All right. Let me. All right, there we go. I think this should be right.
Let's go.
Let's go. This sweeper.
That's yeah. I think that sweeper's gone. Hopefully, 4.
We'll
That's another.
see.
And then Mix will, I guess, might as well shoot it with the other one since
Yeah,
Mare's
this
got
one
that.
did. Sorry, I'm just checking the damage. It's 5 success to crit, challenge 4. So this sweeper
Another
is
4.
taking
Yeah, 4 on half black.
4 and half black. Yes, this sweeper is gone because thanks to Prior having reduced one of its health boxes.
Nice.
Would you like to describe killing the sweeper?
Mix. I think Mix. We sort of see the sweeper charging up at Mix, and Kai has gone to deal with the middle one. So Mix, sort of seeing an opportunity here, the sweeper raises up one of its sort of claw weapon thingies, and I think, just to flavor this, I think the white damage is actually Mix. As it brings down its weapon, Mix actually shoots just the exact time to almost like parry. And as the sweeper stumbles back, Mix steps in, points the barrel of the other pistol directly point blank, and shoots. And thankfully takes down the sweeper.
Absolutely. And for a moment, you have a brief respite in the wave, but you can see more and more bodies coming towards you all. As more of them emerge from the darkness.
Yay.
But you all do feel a light wash over you, and you can all heal a point of health damage.
Yippee.
At this warm, comforting sensation. And, Merru, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Yeah. I mean, just take a step. We are magic bulleting once again. Now with the once again, just to show. Listen, it worked, but it hurt me the last time. But I'm afraid, okay? Merru's going to shoot magic bullet.
Absolutely. You do now have, if you're using desperation, 4 dice. Not just free,
Yes.
because you are strained.
Yes, and is the challenge still 4?
It is still 4.
Okay. Yeah, so we are shooting. Merru was a bit put off by the fact that they did not go down in one hit. Though in his defense, he's never fought a sweeper before. He doesn't know how easy they are to take down. But it's fine. He'll just take them out this time. And I'll take it.
8 successes.
Yeah.
Challenge 4. So you are going to be doing, I believe, that's going to be 8 unhalved black piercing damage, which they are fatal to pierce, so they don't get their black resistance. And I think that's... Oh yeah, that's enough to take all of them down.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. When they go down, Merru watches, the bullet go through all of them, and they just, take them all out. That is one of the most cathartic things Merru has seen in a while. Genuinely. It's like, he's so terrified of sweepers, because of course he is. So seeing himself be able to take down 4 at once, it's so cathartic.
Merru. As those ones go down, you see more begin to march towards you, emerging from the darkness. These sweepers cannot act because they just approached. Actually, I think all of these sweepers have just started their turn because they are all right now on the bridge. So all of these sweepers for this turn are approaching the bridge.
Okay, so we have a moment to recollect ourselves.
You do indeed. These sweepers aren't right up in your faces yet. They're a little bit farther away as they're continuing to move forward.
Okay. I think Prior then is going to take his turn, step back, and he is going to use superior leadership this turn.
Absolutely.
Would rally apply to this attack, seeing that we are in significantly long-term odds in this fight?
I would say it would.
Excellent. We're gonna go Kai, Mix, Merru in terms of my 3 coins. Kai, you're gonna heal 1 sanity, gain 1 damage up. Mix, 1 sanity, 1 damage up. And Merru, that's gonna be you gain 5 poise.
Yes.
And heal 1 sanity.
Yes! Poise! The thing that Merru needs!
Well, I could not have structured that better. Better lucky than good. Prior falls back, drawing life for a daredevil. Colors flare beneath his ego as he begins barking orders. Kai, Mix, the 2 of you feel your minds refreshed. You are maneuvered into a more advantage tactical position. You can say a lot of things about Prior, a lot of negative things, especially in the ways he's messed up before. But in the heat of battle, he knows exactly where everyone needs to be. And for Merru, Prior leaves you with the perfect shot. Yes. And Prior passes his turn.
And Kai, we're back to you. There's another horde of sweepers coming.
Ah! Yay.
You can rush to try to go greet them.
I can rush to go greet them.
Or you can wait in place and prepare. I believe you're still guarding Mix at the moment.
Yes, I am still guarding Mix at the moment. Yeah, sure. I'll give them a warm welcome. I know it's repetitive, but it's been working pretty well so far by trying to push at least one of them off this bridge. I know that they're continuing to come, but like it seems to be working a lot better than attacking. These things seem relatively sturdy.
Throwing them into the water is treat them like wet. Treat them to it. All right. The greatest attack is the one that you don't have to make again.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Now I will say, Kai, if you're gonna go try to throw them, these ones are challenge 5 that have approached.
Well, you know what? I'm the crit king, so I don't even know why that was brought up, because I simply am capable of such feats.
Absolutely, crit king. Make that roll.
Yup. See, as I said, I'm goated, and There was never a doubt.
Mm.
Yes. I will push the closest one to us off to stave off. Not that it's actually going to stave off an attack for any longer, but you know.
That's one less attack on their turn.
It's one less attack on their turn.
Hi. When you go to push this thing,
Oh my
it
God.
looks at you with its single red eye, and you start to hear a trail of numbers of 11905, and then it's pushed off the side.
Uh-huh. Do those numbers mean something?
Don't worry
Am
about
I
it.
supposed to know? Ah!
I will say after the fight, you all can make the knowledge city secrets about sweepers, but at the moment,
fantastic.
there's
At the
too much
moment,
going
I
on
don't-
for you to really.
Kai's not decoding, it's not binary, but, you know, he's a little preoccupied with the whole trying to not die thing. I get it.
And Mix, what would you like to do?
What we do every night, Pinky. I'm gonna shoot the
Hell
one
yeah.
over here.
Absolutely. It is a challenge 5 to hit this one.
Cool.
Oh my gosh!
Oh.
7
And I will
success crit.
shoot the one in front here, in front of Merru.
Ooh, I would actually say it'd probably make more sense to hit the one in front of Kai, because Merru has the nice big line for Magic Bullet.
I will shoot the one behind the one I shot.
Would you like to shoot the same one? Because I don't know if that's enough to take it down in one hit.
I like to spread damage. I
Absolutely.
think for now. Because then we can pick them off easier. And also, these things are scary, and I don't trust me being able to kill them.
Absolutely. So this first one is going to take, since you're hitting 2 different ones, the first one is taking 7, it's a 7 success crit, difficulty 5, so that's going to be 5 black damage, piercing.
Plus one because of the damage up from prior, which is expended.
Thank you. Yes, plus 1 from that, so that's actually going to be 6 damage, I believe.
Yep.
And with the crit, I'm going to say you do 2 stacks of butterflies instead of 1. So this one has 2 stacks of butterflies on it. Your second shot does miss, unless you'd like to willpower that.
No, I'm good.
All right, so with a 4 successes, would you like to describe hitting the first one, your crit?
Mix will lift up Solemn Lament, and I think at this point, they are just... they're just trying to do as much damage as they can, so they're just firing a barrage of butterflies at these sweepers. And some of them find their mark and some of them don't.
Absolutely. And Merru, we go to your turn.
Yup.
There is a line of injured sweepers in front of you.
There certainly is. The one sad thing is that my desperation is back down to 3. Because I
It
did
is.
heal.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
What?
I would rather have the poise.
Right? Would
Frankly.
you like to spend your poise?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
All right, so this attack will
I-
have plus 2 successes and be treated as a crit.
Okay. Watch me still. I'm not gonna finish that sentence.
Yeah, exactly. Watch you still crit.
Yep. Watch me crit.
It is
Plus
a
the crit.
challenge
Yep.
5 for this attack.
Oh, it's okay. It's 5. Okay. Well, we're once again. Once again we are. Where is it? Once again, because of course, desperate times call for desperate measures. Alright. Challenge 5. Come on. Well, that's another point of willpower, but
That's a point of willpower damage.
well, it could be 2 points of willpower damage if I want to.
Yeah.
If I want to
Hey,
shoot for a
Prior
crit,
can-
another crit.
Prior could heal you. Prior could push for more sanity healing next round. He's happy playing support in this fight. He's not doing much damage.
That is
That
true.
is true.
Remember
That
though,
is
true.
this is being treated as a crit, so this is actually an 8 success crit, not 6 successes.
Or it's it's 7 or 6 7. Yes, it's 8 successes now, but that's only a margin of 3. You could go for higher.
Yeah,
Merru.
I mean, if this isn't taking out the sweepers, I'm willpower reroll.
I
'cause
will let you know
these guys all just arrived.
Yeah, these guys have just arrived, so they do look
Yeah.
to be tankier.
Yeah, so I'm like, I'm learning how to play with my sanity.
Yeah, play like Peepaw.
Yeah. All right, come on. I'll take it.
That's 10 successes.
10
Yep.
success crit. That's enough to kill all 4 of these guys.
Yes.
Hell
yeah.
Yes. I will
Because
say,
that's
Merru's
gonna be
so confident right now. He's not scared anymore. Well, he is. But no. Oh my gosh. He's got that little like. I don't know. He does think highly of himself in fights. And now he's kind of on a roll now, especially with that, that extra little boost. He's feeling good.
Absolutely.
I imagine from like the window looking into this fight, it's like whenever a fighter jet passes through a cloud and there's just this big hole that appears in the cloud before it like slowly like reseals itself. It's just there is the wave of blackness from the sweeper, and then with this crack, you can see Merru's glowing barrel of his gun through this hole before it's resealed up by more sweepers.
That is an
You said it better than I could.
Yes, that is an excellent description of what this looks like. And these sweepers all took from that attack. I think it was 10 successes, challenge 5, so that was 9 whole damage that they were taking. And
Oh.
we do now go to the sweepers.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? We got down to just 3 of them. That ain't bad.
There are only 3 right here. As you all can see, the mass behind them continuing to move. And this sweeper is going to sweep the Backstreets on the 3 of you here in a nice little triangle for it.
All right.
And the 2 behind are following suit.
All right. Reflex athletics.
Yep. And these are
difficulty 5 this
challenge
time?
5, not challenge 4.
Yeah. Yeah, because these are sweepers of higher caliber. I'm gonna go into. Yeah, I mean, I'm going into willpower damage either way. Yeah, I have to willpower roll to try and get that extra success.
Let's go.
6 successes, challenge 5.
Yeah.
You passed the first one.
That is rough though, because it makes prior skill 3 weaker.
Yep.
But Prior does manage to avoid the rushing wave of the attack.
Kai, Mix, can you both make me an athletics reflex at challenge 5?
Yep. Yep.
Ooh,
Yep.
Let's go, Crit King.
Oh my god.
So Mix is guarded, which means Mix is also going to take -1 damage from this attack.
Yes. So, Kai, that's a 7 success crit that you did on challenge 5. So you are able to dodge. Mix is currently guarded. So Mix, I will let you take, you are already guarded, so you're taking -1. I will let you take an additional -1 from Kai's crit. So you will be taking from this sweeper's attack. That's gonna be 4 down to 2 unhalved black pierce. And then I believe that your defense
Yeah, Pierce is ineffective, so Mix is taking 1 whole damage.
Yep, so Mix, you are taking 1 damage, and Kai, I believe something happens.
Yes. The target gains a stack of Hunted.
Yep, so
Yes.
this first sweeper has Hunted on it.
Yippee.
And 2 stacks of butterflies.
They're not having a good day.
They
No,
are
they're really not.
And the sweeper behind it is also using that same attack that this one just did. So if you all can make me, I'm gonna need 2 more athletics reflexes from each of you.
Mm-hmm. 2 more, you said?
Yes.
All
Oh,
right.
are they all using their
Yeah,
attack weight
they're
attack
all
on us?
using their
Oh,
attack weight attacks, as these 3 are all charging in as a wave.
I'm gonna add my desperation, my push dice to this. I think.
And I'm sorry, it's still challenge
Diff
5.
Challenge 5,
But
correct.
we don't take reduced dice anymore. So
Because
we
this
resist
is
with
an
our full
AoE
pull.
attack.
Okay.
You remember everyone can push, so you can add your 2 push dice if you want to risk taking those.
You're
Yeah, it
kidding.
might be worth it.
No.
Oh Jesus.
No! Wait, am I dodging too, or
No,
am
no, you
No.
are away from the
Oh.
rest of them.
I... Sorry, I'm just watching you guys. My bad.
Okay, I
Oh,
made
cut-
that's
Oh!
one.
Hi.
And then let me do the other. Hang on. Every pony. Let me see if I'm goaded.
Oh yes, Kai, you were able to willpower, so you
Uh,
got 5 successes.
Wait, you said 2 more rolls.
Yeah,
Um,
two total. So you have 5 successes for the first one. You dodged the first, and then the
Possible
second one.
overreach. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Ow.
So you are going to get hit by the second one tragically, and
Yeah.
you take a point of aggravated willpower damage.
Sick. Awesome. Cool.
Prior gets hit by the second one, and does he get hit by the third one?
I need to do one more.
Alright, Prior evades the third one, so Prior's getting hit by one of these.
All right. So Kai, you just going through the order. Kai, you dodge one. You get hit by the second one, I believe, or the
Yes.
third one.
Wait, I really want to evade this first one. My apologies. I forgot that Pierce is what I'm fatal to, and this is a Pierce attack.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So Prior does take a point of aggravated willpower, but he does successfully evade both.
Okay, so Prior, you evade both of the attacks as the wave washes over. If you'd like to describe how Prior evades, as I check how much damage Kai's taking.
The sweepers just soar over. Prior doesn't have the ability that he used to just muscle his way through them. So instead, he just keeps bringing life for a daredevil up, and you just hear the sound of metal on metal and this shaking reverberating through them as he tries to stop his blade from being hooked in their claws and just brings it down, pushing their blades down into the ground, or sweeping at their feet, dropping them down, buying him room. He is being pushed further down the bridge. I think they all are, but Prior at least manages to hold his ground.
That he does, as Kai, you are going to be taking, I believe, because you take Pierce normally, but it's black damage, so you're taking, instead of 4, you're taking 3 unhalf superficial black damage. However, you do have Fragile on you.
So you take 4.
Okay. 4 superficial.
4, yep,
So
unhalf superficial.
2 to your health. Yep, 2 to your health, 2 to your willpower.
Ooh, my willpower is not looking great.
Yeah.
Good
Good
that
news,
is my
you're
health.
berserker.
Really.
Yep,
Yes,
you
the
are
good
in
news is I am a
mode.
berserker.
And Mix is... Oh, sorry, if you have something to add, Kai.
Yeah, sorry, that was just the one. Yeah, no, never mind. Continue.
No, if you'd like to describe how Kai's holding up as I calculate Mix's damage.
Kai managed to dodge the first one and get hit by the second one. I think, as the beginning of the wave comes in, Kai almost kind of like throws the first sweeper coming at him out of the way. Stupidly throws them into Mix to some extent. And then the second one, he ends up just taking the brunt of that damage because he realizes his mistake immediately.
And as you do so, Kai, Mix, despite Kai guarding you, you still get hit as these waves of sweepers come in. So you are reducing, you would be taking 8 unhalved piercing damage. You first reduce it from the piercing. You take it as superficial, I believe. So that is down to.
So attack number 1 would be 4 damage. Then protection applies. So it'd be 4 damage to 3, halved because it's ineffective to 2 damage, -1 black damage. Mix takes 1 damage from the first attack.
Yep. And I believe the second attack also, right? Because Mix got hit by both, and margin doesn't matter.
Margin doesn't matter. Both would be 1 damage at the end of calculation.
Yep. So Mix, you are.
Or sorry, no. The second one would be 1 as well. Yeah.
Yep. So Mix, you are taking 1 damage from each of those attacks, and I believe you already took your 1 damage from the first sweep, the Backstreets.
All right. Yeah.
And that is the sweeper's turn.
Oh, thank God for HE Ego Armor. Wait, no, thank God for Wa Ego Armor. My armor isn't that good. Mix's armor is built different. The sweepers just cannot harm Mix. Just that's the ego difference.
They really can't. You all notice that while the rest of you have been taking beatings from the sweepers, Mix, their hooks just seem to not be able to pierce their armor quite as well. You all also notice that, Kai, for you, all 3 of these sweepers now have the hunted condition.
Fantastic.
As all of them
Oh,
hit
you're
Mix.
going to mess them up.
Well then.
But first, it's Prior's turn, I believe.
Yeah. I think I am still going to just use my skill 3. It's better, I think, in this moment. Before Prior's turn, do more reinforcements arrive, or do we have a moment, or is there a momentary lull?
Because the waves are starting to get more and more dense,
we
there
have a
is
momentary
not
lull.
a lull this
Perfect.
time. Oh no, there is not.
Oh, there's not? Oh, more are
As
coming?
you see more begin to come, these ones looking stronger than the rest.
Oh my God.
They're getting stronger. Okay. Woo. Boy. Superior leadership. We are going to do in reverse order. We're starting with Merru. Cycling back around to everyone else. I think the difficulty is 5 on this superior leadership roll right now. Uh-oh. This is not great. But the first one's unbreakable, so Merru, if nothing else,
Well,
I need to get Merru at least one.
That's 4 successes at challenge 5. So
Oh wait, why isn't it letting me willpower reroll? That's weird. Oh, it is. Never mind. I just hit the wrong button. My bad. Okay, Merru, you can get a damage up and 1 willpower point healed.
okay.
For everyone else, difficulty still 5. -2. For Mix, nothing unfortunately. For Kai, yeah, I can burn another point of willpower for Kai.
All right. Yep. Before this, that would be a failure.
Whoa.
But with 7 successes, that is a success.
Kai, you can heal a point of willpower, and you get damage up.
All right.
And Pryor's got... Oh, Pryor is not looking super well right now. But he's going to try and stick in the front line as best he can. He's not going to stand in front. He's going to look to Merru and say, should I stay in front of you or try and spread myself out?
Go help them. I got this.
Pryor is going to try and position himself so all 3 of them can't get caught in an attack weight, but that's really difficult. Actually, he could just say, he can just ask Mix to back up, and he's going to go side by side with Kai. And that's the end of Pryor's turn. Pryor's ego has begun crawling up the side of his neck. You can see the eyes on the side of his head are beginning to go wild, and the edges of his sword begin to seemingly meld with his fingers. Ego corrosion is beginning to take Pryor.
Pryor, you can feel them all looking at you with those beady red eyes. And you can feel, too, that urge to keep fighting. That you can't flee here. As round 4 begins, and we go to you, Kai. All sweepers, aside from the free and the triangle, are part of the new wave.
All sweepers except for the 3 in the triangle.
Yes, these are all new sweepers. The free and the triangle are the ones you were fighting before.
I have hunted on. Okay.
Yep, that you have hunted on.
Great. I'm gonna go for the one right in front of me. And if I roll well, this thing should be getting obliterated. Hang on, let me see. I've got my injured, because yeah, my health is maxed out. I have 2 more die because the hunted. Let me just add that. And I'm attacking with my skill 1, which I believe, yes, I activate bleed on the target immediately, so that should be another damage on them, I think. Like when
yep. If you are using... Are you attacking this one instead of trying to throw it off the edge?
Yes, I'm going to attack them, I think.
Alright, so when you attack, yeah, you will, basically...
I'm using skill 1 at your command.
Ooh, got it. Can you activate that?
Yes. Sorry, I just,
Yeah, you need to roll to use it, yes.
Yeah, I need to roll. What's the challenge?
I believe it would be challenge 5.
Oh, these guys,
hunted.
yeah, these guys are still challenge 5, and you get a +2 dice bonus.
Yes.
Plus your +2 berserker dice bonus. Oh, you're about to obliterate this man.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. But then also, so there's the bleed is activated. I have +1 damage from Pryor, and I have +2 damage on. Oh, okay, no, I already wrote that. Okay, yeah. Oh, I should have. Yeah. So I got the +1 from Pryor.
Got it.
All right. So this. Bleed. Yeah. So this guy is taking 2 automatic bleed damage. So the total red damage he's taking is 4, 5, 6, 7. He's taking 7 unhalved bleed damage total.
Oh shit. Yeah. 7 bleed damage. This sweeper is almost dead.
I can't believe.
It's still hanging on. But is that before your attack, or is that just the bleed? Because that's a 5 success crit.
Sorry. Sorry, the 5 success crit is plus 2 damage, plus another 2 damage from the bleed, plus another 2 damage from Berserker is 5, plus another 1 damage from Prior.
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, this guy is still alive. Somehow.
Kai, you might want to spend a point of willpower. I think you can kill his ass.
Okay, I'm praying for it. I was considering it.
Also,
you need one more success probably, and you've got this probably.
You do all feel the light wash over you, so you can all heal a point of sanity damage.
Oh, that's okay.
And you
That's good,
all
right.
now
One
have
more.
resolve against black damage. You still have the resolve against red damage as well, because there's been no red damage yet.
9 is 9 damage good enough, Mr. DM?
Please,
Yes!
please.
That is
Thank
good
you.
enough to kill this sweeper. If you'd like to describe killing this sweeper.
Kai. These things are like mostly metal, right?
So, that's the beautiful thing. They look mostly metal, but they are, if you pop them like a fruit gusher, they're just filled with blood.
Fantastic. Kai is going to run up, grab the one right in front of him, wrap his clawed paws around its head, and squeeze until it pops like a gusher, and he coats himself with blood, which happens relatively often in these fights. And there's just a neck and body left when he drops it on the ground.
Absolutely. And you see that pool of blood there. And as you do so, Nyx, you're up next.
We'll do what we do every night, Mr. DM.
Yes,
I will shoot.
absolutely.
Person in front of Kai.
One right in front of Kai. Yep, go
Yeah.
for it. That one's
Difficulty
currently
5, correct?
undamaged, and it's, challenge 5 for that one right there.
Alright, and then I will shoot the one that guy's friend below him.
Absolutely. That first shot with 2 successes, challenge 5, does miss that sweeper.
But you get plus 3 dice on your second one.
You do get plus 3 dice on your second one.
Yes, and so they will
That you hit damage plus 3, not dice plus 3.
that's unfortunate.
You
Well,
can roll free
Free
extra
di-
dice.
that in the business is what we call a miss time, so let me go ahead and do that.
Oh my god!
Whoa!
Yep.
That's a crit.
Okay. Yeah, so that's 3 unhalved white damage with the damage up included.
All right, free unhalved white damage. Now the sweepers.
But it's Pierce.
It is Pierce, so they do not get to reduce that at all. Or no, they actually take extra. Because white damage they are weak against.
Then that is
so-
going to be up to 4 damage.
Yep, so this sweeper is taking 4 damage, and with the crit, 2 stacks of butterflies.
Wahoo!
And Nyx, unless there is anything else on your turn.
I think for now that is all that they will do, Mr. DM.
All right, Merru, the new wave has arrived.
Certainly
These
has.
ones are all challenge 6 if you're trying to hit them.
That's okay. Merru's no longer strained, so he can't do the extra dice for his desperation core. But listen, that's just 2 more boxes that are free to use. That's how I'm seeing it now. I'm learning.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said challenge 6?
Yep, a
Is that what you-
challenge 6.
Okay. Alright, and I'll add my 3 dice.
No poise, tragically. Sorry.
No,
I
it's
couldn't- I
okay.
wasn't
It's
strong
okay.
enough.
I got the catharsis of being able to use poise on the last one, so it's perfectly fine. I don't mind getting a damage up. Let me see. Do. Got all my stuff. Let's roll, please.
5
Okay.
successes, challenge 6.
I mean,
We
It's-
willpower reroll,
I was gonna say it is an unbreakable coin, so
but
you
they will still take damage.
they'll take 4 if nothing else. You would have to roll. You'd have to roll at least 2 successes to make it better than just taking the unbreakable
well,
coin effect.
remind me what we're doing now with the whole when it says possible overreach or despair failure.
Oh, and it's still just 1 aggravated damage.
Oh. No, I want to try.
Hell yeah!
All
Hell
right.
yeah!
Meru's
Could get that.
overconfident. He's overconfident right now. Of course he's
Hell
going
yeah.
to. It's fine.
Yeah, Merru,
Hey,
you're
Well,
kind
hey.
of surprised, I imagine.
hey, the red coin doesn't break.
That's true.
6 successes. They're all taking that 4 unhalved black pierce. And
That's fine.
Merru, is there anything else you would like to do on your turn?
No, he's a little mad that that shot did not hit the sweet spot, but it's fine. He's still feeling well. He's very stressed, but he's still feeling fine.
Merru, when you
Yes.
shot, you've been shooting the sweepers for a while now. You realize that this particular row, these new sweepers, they're sturdier than the rest have
Yeah.
been. And we go to the sweeper's turn.
May. Okay, so there's a lot of sweepers right now.
There are, and I will say, on their turn prior, you see. Oh, that one's facing the wrong way. You see that more
More?
of them begin to come in as.
May Prior attempt to. Guys, I think we're gonna need to do the sacrifice Prior play. I think I might be able to eat a turn here. Using mechanics to the fullest. Prior has no fear as he steps forward and points his blades at the sweeper, knowing that this is probably gonna get really ugly.
Absolutely. Would you like to get in front of everyone?
Prior would like to, if you may allow me to. I know my turn is after the sweepers go, but I would argue it's a free action to yell at the sweepers and slam his sword against the ground.
I will allow for that. I will allow for that.
Don't worry, guys. It'll last as long until my health pool runs out. Peepaw has not taken any damage yet, so I might be able to last for a little bit.
All right. Well, the sweepers will move. This one right in front of you, with the hunted on it, is trying to mark you for disposal. So this is going to be a challenge 5, because this is one of the last remaining challenge 5 sweepers.
Okay, it's fine. I'm just gonna pass this roll. Easy. I cannot use willpower, because if I corrode before I die, that's bad. Glad I didn't. Willpower to... Well, I mean... Doesn't matter if I willpower.
You do have the resolve. It does make you take less.
Yeah, I think I'll take this... I'll take the first hit. Well, I mean, I guess all the other attacks against me are free attacks, technically. So, I will try and dodge the first one. Okay, I'll dodge the first one. Now I let the fates go where they may.
The second one moves in. Now, they're not all going to be able to attack you at the same time, but you can just more see that the horde is coming. And this one right here is also going to attempt to mark you for disposal. As you can
I cannot dodge. I'm not going to spend a willpower for that. I will allow it to hit.
All right, this hits you, and Pyre, you are taking 2 superficial black damage. It is looking at you.
Yep. So
Resolve also activates, so it's automatically halved.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're all good.
Okay.
So
Okay. If Prior can see, he takes -1 black damage, so minimum 1. So Prior takes 1 black damage from that attack. Not bad. He takes 1 black damage, and his Crown of Thorns will actually bring that first attack to 0 sanity damage.
All right, so with your resolve and with the Crown of Thorns, you're able to bring that
No
to
damage from the
0.
However, he is still marked for disposal.
You are still marked for disposal as this sweeper moves in, and it's going to use trash disposal. This is a challenge 7, actually, not a challenge 5, because this is one of the new sweepers.
Well, it's going to automatically hit.
You're taking 2 aggravated black piercing damage as this sweeper descends upon you.
Now, I can't help but notice, was that intentional that it has 2 coins?
Yes, that was.
Okay. Well, Prior reduces the sanity damage he would take by 1, so he takes 1 aggravated black damage to his health tracker.
And because we did have a red resolve, I will let you reduce 1 of the health damage.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Perfect. And then the second coin hits, and the exact same thing happens. Prior has now taken 2 aggravated damage.
Yep, and this sweeper moves in and will also use trash disposal on you.
Yeah. You Prior, okay, that's another,
I'll let you know, as the line starts to move forward, these 2 are also going to get a trash disposal off on you.
Okay, cool. Alright, each one is dealing 1. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there's 8 sweepers piling on him.
There are. You all can see this mass just starting to pile on Prior of these dark shapes and the red glowing eyes.
Okay. Prior is fucking buried under a sea of like absolutely sloshing blades. Blood is everywhere. Limbs are flying out of the pile. You hear choking, gagging, ripping sounds as Prior's chest cavity is torn open. Blood is siphoned from his body. And yet, from deep under the wave, a roiling, beautiful, horrible sound plays. Do they specifically go for Prior's head?
One of their hooks comes in and does take off your head as they're all going for whatever part of your body that they can get.
That's an important note, though. Do they take off his head, or do they destroy his brain with an attack? That is an important piece of information.
Ooh. I would say that they're probably, since they're not going to crush, they're using hooks. I would say that they just remove the head. The brain itself is not destroyed.
Then in that case, from underneath the pile, Prior's severed head rolls out, crushed and trampled beneath the absolutely swinging, stabbing mass of bodies, and before one of them can reach out and grab it, his jaw opens wide, and 6 or 7 arms reach out from an impossible distance behind the back of his throat, and as they curl out from his mouth, it dislocates his jaw entirely as a torso emerges from within his maw, and very quickly roots grow out from beneath them, those roots connecting as like a reverse Ouroboros. Pryor's entire body emerges from within his mouth, and his head reattaches itself to the endlessly uncurling form before he gets back up instantaneously, as his brain was not destroyed, and returns to a fully injured and strained state.
The moment you get back up, you see all the sweepers look at you, and one of them turns to the other, and you hear 5554 free, and it's almost phrased like a question, and then the other one just responds with 111222565 as the wave continues to descend upon you all. And Pryor, it is your turn.
Coolio! Pryor turns back, and as he does, his jaw is still hanging loose from the rest of his mouth, and you see his tongue has been replaced by 3 fingers, which are rapidly trying to fuse together back into the shape of an instrument capable of speech. And as he reaches up and slams the side of his jaw, there's a popping sound as it seems to connect. And as he rolls it around, he manages to sputter out a, "Can't do that again. Pull back, pull back." And Pryor is going to try and pull back away and to the back of the group and try and buff everyone with superior leadership.
Absolutely.
And we're gonna make that first roll against you, Merru.
Yay!
Do I go
5
for the crit?
successes.
I might want to go for the crit.
It's okay, I don't mind a damage up.
Yeah, I think I'm so sorry. I think I need to save my willpower to if
don't mind
I
the
get
damage
fallen
up.
upon again.
That's okay.
Yeah, heal 1 sanity, damage up.
Thank
Skill 2 against you, Mix. Can't afford to. Sorry.
2 successes, challenge 5. Yep, that one fails.
And 3rd against you, Kai.
6 against
All right,
crit?
Kai. Kai,
Whoa.
heal a
Alright.
point of sanity. Heal a point of sanity, and you get 5 poise.
High with poison is also really scary.
Hmm.
With the crit, I'll let Kai heal a 2nd sanity.
Oh, wow.
And
Yeah, sure.
unless there's anything else Pryor would like to do on
That's
his
it.
turn,
That's literally. Pryor falls back, clutching the blade in both hands, and as he begins to form proper sounds inside of his own throat, and that thrumming, churning sound from within him starts to quiet, he says, "The 3rd wave, I think, is upon us. Fight until we can't any lower.
and Kai,
We can do this. Don't give up."
as he calls to not give up, you see that the sweepers are only continuing to encroach, more and more of them, pushing you all back, and you've all raised the drawbridge. You're all getting very close to the edge of where it was raised.
Oh, good.
And before anything else can happen, there is the roar of an engine and the squelching of tires, and you all watch the sweepers part like a sea as those not fast enough are mowed down under a familiar vehicle's wheels. the door to the RV swings open, and from inside, you don't see anyone in there, but you hear a familiar voice, almost as if coming out of a machine, shout, "Get in, managers!" And there's a happy little beep coming from inside the RV as you see a tiny K Corp drone behind the wheel.
Pryor does not fucking think twice. He dives his ass into that RV.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're going in that RV.
Yup.
As you dive into the RV, slam the door shut?
Yes.
Diving into the RV, you all slam the door shut, and you can just feel the wave washing past the RV. As managers, you have survived a night in the Backstreets.
It's a residential rated vehicle. We're safe.
Oh,
It
we're
is
safe.
indeed. The RV is registered as a residential vehicle. And you can all just hear that familiar voice again as you hear Yuna's voice coming from the little drone. Managers, I don't know how you managed to get yourselves caught in the night in the Backstreets, but you're all very lucky that Pascal and I were here.
Thank you.
Pryor. Yeah. Thank you.
I had Pascal. Listen. I had taught Pascal to learn how to drive from watching Mix in case of an emergency, so that it could execute Mix's moves. It was doing endless flips in front of the camera until I checked, and I routed it to your location as fast as I could.
Well, I'm glad you got here as soon as you could. I guess parking in the nest was the smart move after all.
You're lucky you did.
Well, Mix, not that I don't trust Pascal's expert driving. Do you mind taking the wheel?
Did Mix know about what Yuna did?
I imagine, Mix, you probably weren't aware of what Yuna had done. If I had to guess, it seems like this was not something you would have been aware of.
Yeah. I imagine Yuna probably put that, like, Yuna probably buried it in a work report that Mix might have glanced at, but, like, not, like, explicitly been like, in case of an emergency, I've done this.
Yeah, like, knowing Yuna sends you a lot of paperwork. You imagine that this is probably something that, like, unless Mix reads everything very thoroughly, which let me know if they do, you imagine this was probably something where, it was buried in one of the reports that Yuna sent you.
Yeah, Mix, that's not good that Yuna just didn't tell them right away, but regardless, Mix will simply get up, brush themselves off, and just stagger over to the wheel.
All right. I think Pascal earned himself a very nice charge.
Pascal makes a happy beeping noise, as I also remember to turn on a little thing for all of you.
The immediate.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Sick.
Merru's never been more grateful to see this drone doing flips.
Oh, holy shit. Pryor like sinks to the ground and coughs, and like there's like this hacking vomiting sound, and Pryor is holding like some nondescript organ in his hand, which he very quickly sort of awkwardly throws into a biohazard bin. Ugh. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm not used to so violently having to do that so quickly.
It happens.
At least you were able to do it.
If they had gotten my brain, I would have been out of commission, and it would have been a lot harder to pull me back in time. Let's call it a win.
Right.
Well, congratulations, managers. We're one of the few lucky individuals in the city who can officially say that we've survived confronting the sweepers in the Backstreets.
Just the title I always wanted.
Silver linings.
Right. I don't know what that means.
Taking the good in the bad.
Let's just go.
Yeah, you're right.
I often
This
am.
all doesn't make...
That's not funny.
No, I'm sorry, you,
That's what I thought. Let's just go.
You're the one driving. We don't go till you go.
Damn.
Pryor slumps
right.
against the wall. He looks so exhausted, elated, concerned. Regardless, he's alive, and he seems to take some exhausted pleasure in that. Whatever his body did to put itself back together seems to have completely winded him.
Managers, you all have a moment to discuss as you wait out the night in the Backstreets and head back to the nest.
Pryor will check out the window. What's it like out there? He's not opening it. He just looks through the blinds.
You can just see a wave of dark masses and glowing red lights, glowing hooks, and the fuel tanks on their backs. You watch them sweeping through the back streets. From here, you can't see anyone who was caught out at night, but you imagine if there was anyone, they've probably already been swept up and cleaned.
Well, I hope they all made it back all right. It's not that we could do anything from here now. Here, I thought the Hana Association was above such those kinds of death traps. I had heard rumors that some offices... Par puts a finger to his chin and then shakes off the idea. I suppose we'll know for sure when we get back there. Ugh.
You kind of just hear a sigh coming from Pascal. And
oh, right. Hey, thank you, Yuna, by the way. Much appreciated.
No problem. I don't know what you've all gotten yourselves into. Just get out of this as soon as possible.
That's what we're trying to do. Night in the Backstreets lasts for a specific amount of time.
Oh, I wasn't referring to just the night in the Backstreets. I was referring to this whole situation.
Well, we kind of have to do what we're told here.
As soon as we can get out from under the Hana's thumb, we'll be back on the mission.
Don't piss off the Hana, whatever you do.
We're trying our best not to.
I'll be on my best behavior.
And you just hear a beep from Pascal, unlike any of the other beeps you're used to.
What?
Even Pascal's doubting me.
Pascal's like, right, okay.
And do any of you have anything more to either say to each other, to Yuna, or to Pascal?
You said that after we confronted the sweepers, we could do a roll to see our knowledge about the city.
I did.
City secrets.
I did. If any of you are interested
Yes.
in making...
I have... Oh, no, sorry. You speak.
No, if any of you are interested in making an... I believe it would be an understanding city secrets roll.
Yeah. Is it a scaling challenge?
Yes, it is
Well,
a scaling challenge.
Excellent. I'll roll. Why not? I know some city secrets. Some.
Anyone from the Backstreets gets an extra dice on this roll.
Ooh. You know what? Because we come from the same Backstreets, can Pryor put his head together with Merru? Can Pryor and Merru bounce some knowledge that they know of the sweepers off of each other, and Pryor offer Merru an assist die?
Absolutely.
Yay. Okay. Yeah, I'll roll. Oh my god!
Oh my, yup. Can he decode all of their fun numbers with all that understanding?
Oh my god!
Listen, I said Merru was terrified. He's terrified for a reason. He knows about the
gosh.
sweepers.
Merru speak numbers.
Listen, Merru, he lived out on his own in the Backstreets for a couple years. He's had more than one, more than one run-in with the sweepers. I'm sure a number of close calls. Now, those were less about him fighting them and more of him running away to the nearest residency that he could run into. But he knows about sweepers.
Oh my gosh.
More than I thought.
Would any of the rest of you like to make a roll?
I have no city secrets. Dots. Does Mix? Or do you want
I
to?
think Mix does.
Yeah, understanding city secrets would be a really good role for you. And you have nest knowledge, so you might be able to figure something.
I think right now with that, I think we figured out most of what we need to.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually a very good point.
I don't think Mix will roll. I also don't think they particularly are in the mood to.
All right, well,
In that case, I was gonna say, in that case, does Mix want to offer Merru an additional dice?
I don't think they're on the best terms right now.
That's true.
So I don't think Mix will.
It's okay.
You know what? 8 success double critical is
Crazy.
Is already.
Where
a
was that when
crazy
we were
roll.
fighting the sweepers? Imagine 8 success double critical plus the poise. Oh my god, all the sweepers would have been gone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So with an 8 success, double crit, Merru, I will let you know what you now know about sweepers that you can relay as much as you'd like to the rest of them. I will preface this by saying you do not know everything about sweepers. Your knowledge is limited by what a Backstreets resident would know, but you might have some insights that the average person would not. You know that sweepers roam the Backstreets at night. You know that when they go through the Backstreets and clean the Backstreets, there are no corpses left behind. You know, a lot of Backstreets dwellers will use that to get rid of corpses. And that is something that all of you could potentially do if ever needed. You know, the period lasts from 3:13 a.m. to 4:34 a.m. You are aware that the sweepers... How do I put this? They seem too humanoid to you based on stories you have heard about them, and also now seeing them up close, you can't distinguish what they were saying. You can't understand their language, especially having only heard it once. But you now know they have a language, and you get the idea that they were strategizing when they first appeared, and when they sent... Because you remember seeing them directly go to the shorter route. It seems that the sweepers might be capable of higher intelligence and level thought than you previously believed. As most people, you know, in the Backstreets tend to just think the sweepers are a natural phenomenon more akin to a storm or a disaster than they would be, you know, like a actual like being or something like how the abnormalities are. But you realize, having watched them, they did actually like seem to be talking to each other. They seem to be strategizing. They seem to be giving each other commands almost. Although just what they're saying, you're not sure. You also realize that they didn't... You've heard stories about how sweepers will absorb organic matter, particularly human flesh. But you did notice that these ones didn't seem to stop to or didn't try to absorb each other at all. And I believe with that, that is the extent of the knowledge you have regarding them. I'm trying to think if there's any other secrets you might get about sweepers with an extra, with the crit. But I would say that that is probably the big thing that you got from this crit, is the fact that it seems like they were capable of thought. And it seems like they were capable of communicating. And given one tried to talk to Kai directly, it seemed, when Kai grabbed it, you have a feeling that there might be more to them than is currently known. And that's all. You can share what you will with everyone else, and you can all discuss
That's
as
all
you will.
you say after giving so much info. Yeah, no, I mean, that's a lot of info. I'm not going to just repeat what you just said, because that would be, well, repetitive. But Merru will relay all of that information. And when he's done, he'll sigh a bit, and he goes, I mean, honestly, they're even more terrifying than I had used to think. I hate them so much. But
Merru, there is one more thing.
Oh?
As you think back on how much you hate them and how terrifying the stories you heard were in the past, through talking with Pryor about your shared experience on District 23's Backstreets, you do remember a story you heard once. Rumors about children being kidnapped by the sweepers. Now, for all you know, it's just a story.
Yeah.
But that is
That's
all.
fun.
That is my final
fun.
interjection, as you all can talk amongst yourselves about
Yeah.
these rumors.
Yeah, no, that part, when Merru does remember, he'll share the that rumor, and he'll pause and he'll go, I mean, to be honest, when I was growing up, I always wondered when someone would disappear, whether it was better to hope that they got taken or if they were just killed. I don't know which ones were, to be completely honest. But let's just be glad that we don't have to deal with them anymore, at least for tonight.
So we don't know what any of their numbers mean, even in like meta.
No, I don't think so.
Damn. I wrote him down.
Yeah, Pryor looks up and thinks about it and goes, I mean, it makes sense, I think. The sweepers, I mean, you know how the head is with taboos. The sweepers are allowed into the city. That only has one implication, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Well, either way, they'll be gone. The streets will be clean. And we and the sweepers will part ways and hopefully never see each other again.
Right. Let's hope.
And we have fixers to confront when we get back to the testing site.
We certainly do. And at that, Merru like suddenly looks like 2 times more tired than he did 5 seconds ago. But that's all.
And managers, if there's no more to add, you're all able to rest, recover a bit, as we're going to take an intermission, and we will return in 15 minutes for the second half of the session.
Wahoo.
Thank you all for coming, and we shall see you soon.
See y'all after intermission.
Hello, everyone! Welcome back as we continue the second part of our session. And managers, you all have survived a night in the Backstreets. The next morning comes and all of you enter the tent that has been set up for the next part of the evaluation. You notice that it looks like all of the factions and all of the fixers you recognize survived the night on the Backstreets. You see the Liu all together in a corner, chatting with each other. They seem to actually be in pretty high spirits. You see the She grouped up all together, and you notice that that one who had attacked you prior and who had killed 2 of her own association members, Dashira and Winra, she is still alive and she looks to have been healed up. And you do kind of see she shoots you a nasty glance across the room. And as for the Zwei, they're sitting behind the table where you can't see them here, managers. But it looks like their whole group is together, that they have all made it out alive. And among the crowd, you can see Cass and you can see Stef. And you all have a moment, managers, to talk amongst yourselves, to say what you will, as it looks like those who are hosting this have not yet arrived to address the group.
What? Pryor seems actually shocked when he enters in and sees everyone in, like, calmly sitting around desks. He's like, they just came in and sat back down?
I mean, by the way that Cass described it at the least, it seems like that was, to some extent, par for the course. Maybe the other fixers got the memo?
Pryor bites his lip and locks his jaw. His teeth grind together. 35 dead. 35 needlessly. Absolutely. Ugh. Pryor stands behind his chair and grips the back of it, tapping his fingers, and he seems lost in thought.
As you're all sitting here, you all see some familiar faces approach the rest of you as John and, if his token wants to cooperate, and Faye enter and come up to you both. Or come up to you all. Both of them coming up to you all.
John. Faye, good to see you both lived.
Pryor! John seems very pleased to see you and says, "Ha! I should have expected you would make it through the night. That was a valiant display last night." And Faye also perks up and kind of like waving to you, Pryor, and says, I'm kind of amazed we lived the night in the Backstreets. I've never been cut out of one before. For good reason. I know only like the strongest fixers can survive that.
I'm sure that they will find some way to not include it in our evaluation. We got lucky. The bridge was in the right position at the right time for us to make that The fact that we didn't have to sacrifice anyone was a miraculous stroke of everyone managing to work as a unit. It was teamwork that won us that. Teamwork I'm sure the Hana will find some way to take away from us.
Faye looks like kind of distressed at that and is like, but like, shouldn't that be a good thing with the Hana? I mean, Fixers working together.
I have feelings about this exam, and I wonder if time will prove them right. Forgive me, I'm an old man lost in thought.
John kind of blinks at that, and she says, "You look to be younger than I do."
I didn't mean to imply anything about your age.
Well, you better not have. And she kind of like crosses her arms at that and says, "I would have had to challenge you to a duel, young man."
I am sure that I would be no match for a member of the Sync Association in one-on-one combat. I simply meant to imply that I've seen a lot of things, and I'm drawing some connections I'd rather not. But I imagine you didn't come over here just to talk to me.
I did come over here actually to see if the four of you had made it through.
Friar glances between the fellow managers, and he gives a kind of shrug of, how do we possibly explain that?
We're all in one piece, more or less.
Well, that is a reassuring sight to see. And John looks honestly very relieved at that. You can tell, despite like the bright look on her face, it looks like she was genuinely concerned. And Faye kind of turns to all of you and is like, "Hey, I bet the red gaze could survive the night in the Backstreets." And then John's like, "Well, I think the red mist would take out more sweepers than the red gaze." And you start to see the two of them arguing over whether the red mist or the red gaze would win. It starts with a conversation about which one of them would survive the night in the Backstreets, which then turns to who would kill more sweepers. Which then turns to who would win in a fight, and it seems like the two of them have forgotten the original conversation.
Prior wanting to find some way to put a stop to this, just clears his throat loudly and says, the Vermilion Cross takes both of them. Now, can you both please sit down?"
They both spin around at that. I should have added Vermilion Cross option. And John immediately goes, "The Vermilion Cross! Of all color fixers, you're saying the Vermilion Cross?" And Faye's like, "There's no way! I thought the Vermilion Cross got taken out by, like..." Faye kind of stops and is like, "Well, I'm not actually sure. What took the Vermilion Cross out? Do you happen to know?"
Oh,
and
they
they...
took-
What?
Oh, the Vermilion Cross is gone.
Well, from what we've heard...
Oh. That's a shame. I liked him. He had cojones.
He had what?
Nothing. I was a distant observer of their work.
Faye practically leaps across the table at you prior to, like, you met the Vermilion Cross?
I've seen the Vermilion Cross. I'm still alive, so I haven't met many color fixers in my life.
Oh, Faye looks so excited at this. Faye is like trembling with excitement. I've never met a color fixer before. What was it like? What was it? What was it? And as Faye keeps asking those questions, you all see a familiar face walk in towards the front of the room.
Oh my god, it's him again.
Yes, as a familiar Hana Fixer enters. Do you all keep talking, or do you all... Oh, yes,
No.
please.
Pryor's nothing there's eyes turn as they enter the room, and Pryor's head follows soon after. His words are cut right out of his mouth short as he locks eyes, even though he imagines the fixer is not looking back at him, on the judge who is responsible for this absolute massacre.
He is not looking at you, Pryor. He does not even glance your way. And as Faye scrambles to get back into his seat, you all hear the man at the front of the room speak as he says, I am here on behalf of the Hana Association, representing the free judges chosen from the Hana South section to oversee this wellness check. And would any of you like to make an insight check on him?
Nope. It's a wellness check.
It would be an intuition or understanding insight. Or do none of you want to make that check?
Yeah. I have no insight.
Yeah, I'm not the most insightful person. If Merru said no,
Merru has no insight. Merru
has no
2
insight.
understanding, 0 insight. It's a wellness check.
Yeah. You
Okay.
know what?
Well then, okay. If it's understanding and insight, I guess I have some die. I will. Sure, why not?
You want to give it a
It's
shot?
not like there's harm. Yeah, there's no harm in this. Does any pony want to help? It's okay if not.
Practically, I don't think anyone has assist
Yeah.
dice to offer you right now.
Fantastic. Well, he understands as a person talking.
I said 1's better than 0.
Yeah, I guess.
1 success.
I'm trying to see if there's anything I might be able to.
I mean, listen, I can always insight, understanding, 2 dice, watch, and learn. Hey, I know about as much as Kai knows.
1 success.
You know what? Sure. I'll roll my insight understanding as well. Let's
Let's
while
be funny.
we're doing.
Absolutely.
Hey!
2 successes.
You know more than us.
Okay. Pryor knows more than us. All together,
Uh,
we're one person who
something.
kind of gets what might be possibly happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Put
most
our
you
heads together.
all get is that this Hana Fixer looks to be in a very bad mood. But also, when you first met him, he was in a very bad mood. So,
Yeah, nothing.
Just an
So
angry
nothing has
guy.
changed.
yes, he's still grumpy, and he's still annoyed.
Ooh, could I ask, Merru? Could you make an awareness check on him? See if there's like, even if it doesn't reveal anything about his like emotional state, maybe if there's like, is he carrying something? Does he look like he's been in a tussle? Like, is there anything physically about him
I-
you might be able to pick up?
Yeah, I can do that if I'm allowed.
Absolutely, go for it.
Now, remind me, it's awareness and intuition?
Yep, intuition awareness.
Okay, intuition. Okay. Do. Let's see. What do I know? Something. I'm aware of something.
3 successes. What exactly are you trying to notice? Just anything in the area?
Kind of, yeah, like what the state he's in, like the physical state. Kind of like what Pryor said, like has he been in like some sort of a fight too? Probably not, but you never know. I'm not necessarily looking for like emotions. I'm just looking for anything about him maybe that's different from the first time we saw him.
With 3 successes, I will give you, he looks more tired than the first time you saw him. Not like, how do I put this? Not like he's been fighting physically tired, like he doesn't have any like new bruises or anything like that. He just kind of looks like his body looks more exhausted than it was before. Like in terms of like a lack of sleep or something of that sort, you imagine.
Well, that makes sense.
You're used to that, Merru. You're used to staying up and staying guard,
Yeah.
and that's the kind of look that he has.
Well, he's wearing it worse than Merru does, so... But yeah, no, that's not surprising. I mean, it has been a night. But that's all.
Alright, if there's nothing else to add here, unless any of you have any other checks you'd like to make or things you'd like to say before he continues.
Nope. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we're good to go.
Alright, in that case, he will continue to speak, and he will say, we have been evaluating and watching your performances. At the end of this evaluation, you all will be made aware of your scores and whether or not you are being promoted or demoted. The Hana would like to note that it was not our operatives that planned this wellness check, and not our preference to have it run the way it was. However, anything is a possible solution, and as the office has submitted prior approval, we will continue with their schedule, and everything here has happened according to plan.
So sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry.
And it looks as if he's about to finish speaking when, yes, please, please. If Pryor has something to say.
You know what? May I make a presence intimidation roll to command attention?
Absolutely, you may.
It's like a class clown in a different font. Well, now what?
Oh, 2 successes, challenge 3. Would you... Yeah, 4
my God.
successes, challenge 3? You are able to command attention.
Yeah. I just set the challenge at 3 because I imagined everyone's already quiet. It's just Pryor making a noise.
Oh, yes. They are all quiet. You can make a noise.
Absolutely. Yeah. As he goes to Kinua, Pryor's hands come up and they slam down on the table hard enough that it reverberates across the entire room. And as he stands up, he goes, according to plan. 35 dead, according to plan. I didn't realize I walked into District 23's butcher shop. Here I thought we were fixing things. I didn't realize I was getting my breaker license, Hana. How are you going to answer for the dead, the dying, those who signed up under your protection? And now are going back to their families not even in coffins. The sweepers have taken care of that.
A silence descends over the room. Many of the fixers are trying not to make eye contact with you prior, which is actually incredibly difficult when you have multiple eyes.
It's really difficult.
Looking around. Cass, who was slowly coming over toward Kai, starts to slowly back away into the group of Liu Association instead, milling around them. John's kind of hid her face under her hat, and you can tell there's like this wavering look. Like on one hand, she's not sure if she should be cheering you on. On the other hand, she's not sure if we should be saying that in front of a grade 1 Hana Association fixer. Faye just looks horrified. The familiar she is giving you a very nasty look. And Stef just looks shocked as, for the first time since he's entered this room, the Hana Fixer's gaze turns to you, Prior.
Oh, Prior is willpower strained. This is pure Schadenfreude, baby. Prior matches that gaze. He only's got 2 eyes. Prior's got way more than that. You know, I understand that you and your people only pay lip service to the idea that you're actually supposed to help people, but I thought at least you were better than most syndicates, and that you actually stuck to the idea that you're fellows in arms, that you're supposed to help each other out, that you're supposed to be, you know, a collective, a unit, the Hana leading the way. I didn't realize that you were the Lemur Association leading them off a bridge.
Are you finished?
I'm not dead, am I? But yeah, I don't have anything more to say.
Well then, I would ask that you calm down and quit making a scene, or you risk being demoted.
Demoted? Prior looks like he's just been slapped. I confront you with 35 dead people. And your response is I should be concerned about being demoted.
That is why you're here, isn't it? And the rest of you?
Mix is scooted over like they're trying to. They are not associated with any of these people.
I'm gonna be honest.
We do.
Kai's not scooting away, but he's not gonna say anything.
The Hana Fixer is still looking right at you, Prior, as if challenging you to say something else.
The 3 eyes of nothing there scan the room, and Prior realizes yet again he is the only person with the guts to say anything. He is the only person in this room willing to stand up for something against someone who might be able to kill him. And he's not going to change anything in this room right now. Prior pulls the chair out, sits down in it, and with a gesture cedes the conversation back to the Fixer. His eyes don't leave him, but his mouth is closed into a thin, unreadable, furious line.
The Fixer continues to meet your gaze, and his eyes scan the rest of the room, as if challenging anyone to say anything else. And he opens his mouth and goes to say, that should conclude everything.
And another thing! Prior stands up again.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The Hana Fixer does sigh this time. Like, just lets out a very tired sigh. And Merru, did you have something to say?
I honestly think Merru, at least under his breath, is gonna be like, what happened to his best behavior?
This
Is
is
this
his
his
best
best?
behavior.
Oh, it is.
gets
It
worse than
certainly
this.
is. Oh, I know. Yeah, this is his best behavior.
Prior stands up, having said that, and then goes, "Gonna be honest, I thought I'd figure out what I was objecting to by the time I got to my feet. I fucking hate fixers, though, and I hate you." And Prior sits back down.
The Hana
No.
Association Fixer looks at you, and then his gaze turns from you, and instead takes out a pad as he says, "You have been demoted, and this will reflect on your records."
If Prior cares in the slightest, it is nowhere on his smug, assured, smug is the wrong word, more coiled, like a spring. Prior is not happy about any of this, but he sure as hell is taking pleasure in the fact that for just a moment he has made this person's life responsible in his eyes for all this death. He's made their life a little bit worse in just a moment, and sometimes that's the only justice you can go for.
And he has indeed succeeded at that. As the Hana Fixer puts away what he was writing and says, "Seven Association Director will now be here to speak to all of you. I would expect no more interruptions. There's a silence. There is a brief pause, as if he is expecting you to say something else.
Prior said his piece. He's got nothing more to say. This guy, he hates him. He knows that he hates him, and he's told everyone in this room that they should hate them too. But what else does Prior need to communicate to them?
And the Hana Fixer moves to make room for the woman who steps to the front. And as she does so, Faye, immediately, despite the scene you just made prior, kind of looks across to you and Merru and is like, "It's her." And you all see this woman here, the Seven Association Director, with her short black hair, a tired look on her face, and no ring on her finger.
Oh, her. I think it takes Merru a second, because admittedly, it's been a stressful couple hours, but when he realizes what Faye is talking about, he kind of his eyes widen, and he behind Justicia, and he subtly like lifts it up, so his prosthetic eye, just in case he's somehow missing something, takes another look, and he's like, "Oh, holy shit, it is her."
Wait. Is that the woman?
Look at her hand.
She's not wearing the ring. Oh my god,
not.
she took off the... They broke it off.
Good for her,
You know what?
honestly.
Good for her. Good for her. Fucking good for
God.
her.
She
Did you
showed
see
good
how those two
wisdom.
were... No, did you see how those two were all over each other?
Mix is gonna blow a fuse.
Oh well.
Is-
What?
Is this
Yes.
this the lady
yes.
that you were?
This
God.
is the one who got cheated on and still wore the ring afterwards. Like, he was gonna say like an idiot, and then stopped himself and goes, "She's clearly stressed and troubled, but she's not wearing it anymore, which I'm pretty sure means I hope she threw it at him." No, no, I
Huh?
don't.
Do you think
'cause
she
I
did?
wish She
Do
had...
you think she did?
No,
Faye's
no,
like
no.
leaning in again.
No, I take it back. I take back what it would be nice. I hope she threw something else at him, then took the ring and sold it for On.
Kai
What?
will turn
You
to
know what?
Mix.
You know what? I'm not saying this is because of us, Merru. I'm not saying this is because of us. But
I'll say it.
Do you think that because we called them out, maybe he was lying to her and was saying that it was like a one-time thing and it wouldn't happen again, but because we caught them at that middle bar and called them out of it, that maybe, I don't know, she realized? I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I think it kind of was like a shock to her senses. If you're not gonna say it, I'll say it. That was because of us. We did that.
You did that? Faye's like
We did.
Faye's like so invested right now. By the way, this woman has been talking the entire time. I need you all to realize, like, as you all are clustered around whispering, you can feel that Hana Fixer's gaze on all of you. You can feel that tired, irritated gaze on all of you. This woman's been talking the whole time. You're not sure what her speech is about, because at this point you've all been just ignoring her to gossip about her love life instead.
I mean,
Mix.
I feel Mix is listening to the speech properly. Mix is...
At the beginning of Prior when Merru was like, yeah, this is the woman I was trying to tell you about, Kai would have turned to Mix and been like, this is why I wanted to listen.
I don't give a shit. Shut the
It is
fuck up. Shut the
blatantly
fuck up.
relevant
Don't
to
talk
what's
to me.
happening right now.
Don't talk to me.
Keep your voice
Fuck off.
down.
Mix just kicked me.
Kick them back. I don't care.
Kai kicks Mix back,
Mix
but stops talking to them.
Mix just gets up and goes to another table. They did not kick Kai for the record.
It's okay. Kai can
Mix's
have a
foot-
little eye as a treat.
Mix's foot touched Kai in a way that could be interpreted as a kick by Kai, and it was interpreted as that. So actually,
Prior is so invested in this. He does realize that they have missed most of the speech at this point. That being said, however, he's like, you know what? Honestly, I'm just happy for her. No one deserves to be in that kind of a situation, and I'm just glad that she's hopefully doing what's healthy and right for her.
See, I think cheaters should die, so like, I agree. That's all.
Faye gives you a thumbs up. Looks like Faye agrees too. Faye's like, well, maybe not die, but like, you know.
Oh, I meant it that way, but like, you
I
can,
thought you
you're
meant
li- you're-
like a hyperbole or like whatever it's called.
a what?
A hyperbole.
What is a hyperbole? I don't know what that word is.
Like when you exaggerate something. I thought you were saying like cheaters should die. Like cheaters are really bad.
Is that a word? And Merru will look at from like Kai to Prime, like, is hyperbole a word? I've never heard of that before.
No, it's a hyperbole.
I said that hyperbole.
hyperbole. There, no second B.
No, it's a hyperbole.
No, I'm Prior.
I would trust Kai.
Prior, back me up on this.
I don't know why you guys are pronouncing hyperbole so needlessly.
So it is. Wait, so it is?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, I'll trust you, Kai.
Kai would have crashed out if Merru didn't trust him on that.
I will say, as you are all having a discussion, you can see the other fixers have started to move their chairs away from the rest of you
Oh my god.
to try to like understand the speech better. Like it looks like a lot of people are shooting you nasty looks. In particular, that familiar she assassin looks like he is about to throw himself at all of you in another assassination attempt.
Merru will turn his chair to stare directly at that assassin.
Oh my god.
Because he could feel the gaze, and he kind of just tilts his head like, oh. Got a problem?
He's glaring back. And the seventh woman, who seems to at some point have realized that like half the room isn't listening, just kind of coughs and says like, and that concludes
Oh my god.
my insight into information gathering. And
Do you
Mix.
think
Oh, please go, Kai. Please go.
do you think we're allowed to ask her questions?
Pryor stands up and gives a standing ovation.
Well, Merru would have gone that far.
Girl
but-
boss.
She is giving you a nasty look, Prior.
Oh.
He knows that you were
No,
talking during your
please.
presentation.
Merru will try to like be like, not the time.
A couple of the other fixers, like in particular those two grade 9 Zwei, kind of stand up and
Listen.
start clapping too. Pico
Listen,
and
no,
Naima.
no. Listen, no. Pryor sweeps the room. Okay, listen. I took these skills for a reason. Goddammit.
You want to sweep the room? You know what? Make me the leadership
Oh.
presence. Let's see.
Oh. Oh no.
All right. 4 successes. I did arbitrarily set the difficulty to 5 against myself. However, that being
Wait.
said,
When can it be like a moment, like if you're gonna mark it as like a fail, can it be a moment where someone's like like really loud?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that
there-
person is Mix.
Oh my god.
That person is Mix. But you do get like half the room. You do get half the room. I would say.
People are clapping?
Yeah, half the room of people are clapping. Some of the fixers
yeah,
look annoyed.
imagine it's like most of it's like the like polite, like, oh, someone start clapping, I should clap too. But it's like Pryor's definitely the most enthusiastic clapper, and it stands out.
You absolutely are, and it does. And I will say, Mix, you were able to actually understand the majority of what she said. It seemed to mostly be a speech about gathering information, tips and tricks when it comes to information gathering, and all around solid advice that the rest of the managers have missed out on.
X ain't giving it to them. They can go fuck themselves.
Well, listen, Merru's not here to be the information gatherer necessarily. He looks for things and he shoots stuff. That's like his job, so oh well.
And as she finishes her speech, she says, I now step aside to allow Yorichi of the Shi Association South Section Free to speak. And you all watch
Oh no!
Oh.
as a very familiar woman steps up to the front of the room. It is the she assassin who hunted you down not even 2 months ago. There's an almost familiar look in these two's eyes, the 7 and the she fixer, as for a brief moment they turn to one another. And there's a brief moment of contact before the she turns to the crowd gathered. She makes eye contact with you all. I don't know, managers, if any of you have any feelings when you feel that piercing gaze down at you all.
This is not associated. They grab a napkin, grab a pencil, they wave a little white flag.
Listen, Merru, like with the other she assassin, he'll stare right back. He beat them both. He
Yeah,
remembers.
Mary deserves an alpha male moment.
Listen, he remembers that one time where he shot that she assassin and made her retreat. He's not intimidated at all. He'll stare right back.
Kai feels like he's been a part of enough trouble already. And when looked at by this she assassin, will simply kind of like, you can tell that he made eye contact, but he's gonna look down at the table and kind of like pretend there's something really interesting in the wood.
The moment is very brief before she speaks and to the room, and she simply says, "You've survived. Don't expect congratulations. This is to be expected. You can't count on anyone to bail you out, and you're the only one who can ensure your own survival in this line of work." That is all I have to add. And you all do notice that the 7 director who was waiting in the wings kind of whispers to her from the side of like, "Shouldn't you add more?" And she simply responds with, "No need."
Prior doesn't speak to anyone else, but he does kind of say under his breath, "I gotta admit, she's kind of cool when she's not trying to kill us."
Merru does not share that same sentiment, but I mean, hey, listen, he does have to give it to her, straight to the point. Fair enough.
Yeah, they didn't even have enough time to devolve into a side topic while she was up there.
Yeah, like, fair enough. She won that one.
And as these two move back, the Hana Fixer, Abraham, steps back up to the front of the room and says, "You all have 30 minutes until the second round begins. It will be an evaluation of your mental states, where you will be asked a series of questions by one of our counselors on staff. Dismissed." And the fixers gathered begin to disperse. All leaving in their little groups. And Faye and John both turn to you both. And John says, "Well, I suppose we should all get ready for the second round then."
Hey. Yes, we should. It's been an honor meeting you all.
"And you." And John sort of just waves as she heads out. Faye kind of looks to you all, looks over at Mix, who had left the main group, and then kind of just looks back at you all and says, "Well, hopefully see you all in the third round."
Yeah.
He seems to purposely be avoiding what you said at first prior, as he's like hesitating a little, and then he just kind of like, he can see that the Hana Fixer's still at the front of the room, so he just kind of comes over, he kind of whispers, I also really don't like the fact so many died here. I didn't think it would be like this."
Keep your spirit. When you climb the ranks, maybe you'll be the one. It is only the people at the top who get to dictate what becomes of those beneath them. You have to be the one to break the cycle. That's why power is so important. In the hands of the good, it makes all the difference. That's what I think that's what she believed.
Oh, his eyes kind of light up as he says, "Then I'll do my best to make that difference." And who's she? Guy tilts his head, confused at that.
I grew up in District 23. I was a younger man back before L Corp was really a thing,
he kind of blinks at that, like he's trying to go through how old you might be based on that. And you have a feeling he's probably not very knowledgeable about non-Fixer related trivia.
Prior lets out a chuckle and says, "Tell you what, before I set out of here, I'll tell you a story about the time I saw the red mist with my own 2 eyes, huh?"
He looks so excited. He's like, "You did? You did?" I mean, she's not as cool as the red gaze. That'd kind of be cooler, but that's still pretty cool.
Tragically, I've never run into him, but, well, a color is still a color, aren't they?
He, like, excitedly nods his head at that, and he's like, "Yeah, no, she's still pretty cool." I mean, like I said, she's not as strong as the red gaze, but she's still pretty strong.
Well then, I certainly would not like to run into him in a dark alleyway. What's he up to now, the red gaze? This strongest color fixer. He throwing his lot in with a wing?
Well, I've heard he's running around with some company. Some, like, new company called Limbus Company.
Prior's blood goes ice fucking cold. We've heard that name before.
That you have. You've heard that name, and you know that they're hunting golden bows.
Oh. And he's as strong as the red mist.
Stronger than the red mist. I mean, there's people like John who say that the red mist would beat him in a fight, but, like, I know that he'd totally beat the red mist if it came down to it.
Ah.
Cause like he's got this super cool thing I've heard he can do. Like, he kind of goes like whoosh, like he's trying to like mimic something that almost looks like a cape of sorts.
I see. Well, let's hope if I ever cross paths with the Limbus Company, it's as an observer and nothing more.
Oh. I mean, I'd love to get a chance to talk to him. I don't really know much about the company. But
yeah.
I don't know much about, like, that
Stronger
person.
than the red mist, really. I'm sorry, I'm not quite stronger than the red mist.
Yeah, stronger than the red mist.
She literally turned people into a red.
Well,
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just how.
I bet he could do that too. I mean, look, he's really strong. That's all you need to know.
Okay. All right. Well, Prior knows interrogating Faye anymore about what the red gaze is capable of might be suspicious, so he just kind of nods and says, "Well then, if I ever get a chance to meet him, I'll let you know too."
Faye's gaze lights up at that, and he looks very excited. And you have a feeling, Prior, that any and all knowledge, you know how it goes with legends in the city. It's hard to sift through what is a rumor and what is the truth, especially with how hard it is to witness color fixers in the act. And the fact that
And
not
survive.
many survive. Oh, sorry, what'd you say?
No, I just said and survive, so we were on the same wavelength. Yeah.
Yep. But...
Alrighty.
Oh,
Well.
Faye does say one more thing. He says, yeah, I've heard his eyes glow too. That's how he got the name.
Oh, well, actually, that does make sense. I mean, that sounds like some pretty basic augmentations.
I wouldn't call the red gaze augmentation basic.
I mean to say that it's surprisingly elegant in its simplicity.
Faye seems to be appeased at that. The Faye, you guys hear Faye muttering, like, I don't know if they're augmentations, actually. There's a bunch of theories going around. It's like, you can hear Faye going off into probably some rumors circulating about the Fixer and how he got his name and all of that.
Prior turns to Merru and goes, "Can you make your eyes glow red?"
I will say, when Prior turns to Merru, he can see that Merru was actually glaring at him, which is weird because there shouldn't be anything for Merru to be glaring at Pryor about. But he looks like weirdly angry. Or bothered.
What?
I don't know. He was so just promise to tell anyone your Red Mist story. Just good to know. It's fine.
He seemed to be interested in the story.
No, it's fine.
I was hiding.
You haven't even told me yet.
I haven't?
No, you said you would, and then you never did.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
No, it's fine.
sorry.
No,
No.
Fine.
Well, it's not fine. I apologize. I suppose after everything it slipped my mind. I'm not used to things doing that. And ever since we got back to the facility, I've been finding I've been a little forgetful. I'll make it up to you.
okay.
I
fine.
will. I mean it.
Okay. I said that's fine. That's all. Merru clearly doesn't want to talk anymore.
Yeah, Pryor also doesn't know what to say. And he kind of awkwardly, like, there's a scraping sound as he, like, awkwardly pushes the chair away from the table. He stands up, coughs into his hand, and walks off towards the restrooms.
And Pryor, as you walk off, Faye probably waves to all of you, then probably glances over at, I imagine, sorry, I'm looking, probably glances over at Mix, actually, because Faye's kind of concerned and kind of like whispers to you like, hey, is Mix all right?
Is Mick still scooted away from us? I don't know if they ever...
Yeah, Faye kind of looks over. I think Mix continued to be scooted away from you all.
Mix can get lost in their own mind sometimes. They're a bit
Mix
broody, perhaps.
is scooted away and smoking a cigarette still.
Oh my god.
Inside? Okay.
Yes.
Inside again?
Yes.
What if someone has asthma?
Yeah.
You can
Mix.
ask Mix that, but they will keep going.
No one stopped them.
You do see the grade 1 Hana Fixer come up behind you. And
God.
before you're even aware of it, actually, Mix, can you make me a reflex athletics at challenge 13?
Sure.
The grade 1 Hana Fixer rips Mix's head off.
Free successes, challenge 13. The cigarette is in your hand one moment and it is gone the next.
I didn't even talk during the other lectures.
Smoking is prohibited. And the Fixer just leaves and that's all he says to you.
Whoa.
Well, I guess Kai would turn back to Mix's best friend and say, see, they're just fine.
Faye kind of looks unsure about that. And would kind of probably, I imagine, go up to Mix and be like, hey, you alright?
I'm surrounded by people I don't like. Go away. I am not your friend.
No. I mean,
If you want one thing that would give me some peace, just realize you live in the city. Shit's fucked. Get used to doing bad things and seeing bad things happen.
well, it
Alright.
doesn't have to be like that.
No, it does. It does. It does. That shit Pryor told you? Bullshit. Bullshit. And everybody else here knows it. So, you do your thing. Go away. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to any of you, frankly. I fucking hate all of you. And I would like to just sit here in a little bit of silence. Alright, go. If you don't feel like you can do this, go back to saving your stupid fucking animals. You're a 20-year-old man, you can't even fucking... God. Go away. Just go away.
I mean, I don't think the
What? You
animals
gonna
are
cry?
stupid.
You gonna cry? Go away. I don't care. Go away.
Faye kinda looks like he's not sure how to react to this. But he'll just kind of dejectedly leave, I guess.
Yeah. Go away with your stupid fucking pins and your stupid looking jacket. Fucking. Ugh.
And as Faye leaves and Kai and Mix, I imagine that oh, is stream crashing again? Wait, I should check real quick.
No, it looks fine.
It doesn't seem to be for me.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, King said no.
Good,
Yeah, we're good.
Monarch said no. Thank you, Monarch. As that happens, Merru, I imagine that you're left alone for a moment. As Kai and Mix, do the two of you decide to do you both decide to head toward the waiting area?
Yeah,
I mean,
next
I guess. I don't think Kai wants to sit next to Mix very much. Or stand next to Mix. I don't know if the waiting area has chairs.
Yeah, absolutely. You two can head on over there. And Merru, you, for a moment, are left in this room. As you have Stef approach you.
Oh, turn for my best friend.
Yep.
All right. I mean, Merru will, I guess notice him coming, and he won't. He's definitely not reacting anywhere like Mix did, but he doesn't seem like excited or anything, but he allows Stef to approach him.
Stef approaches you, and as he shows up to you, he just kind of says, "Hey, I wanted to say thanks for showing me some mercy during the first round." And you notice when you see Stef that he looks less nervous now than before and seems to be less afraid than some of the other new fixers here look to be after the shock of the first round.
Okay. I mean, Merru, he tilts his head for a second, trying to remember what Stef exactly meant by showing mercy. And then he does, after a moment, remember that he did see Stef during the first initial part of the fight. And he just kind of shrugs and goes, I mean, you're welcome, I guess. There's no need to shoot you, so I didn't. So I guess you're welcome.
I'm glad there wasn't a need to shoot me. He looks relieved at that. But more than that, you see that, especially at the mention of shooting, his eyes have gone right to your gear, to Magic Bullet. And he goes, you know, I was really interested seeing your and your group's gear, and watching you all in that fight. I mean, a rifle that can form portals in smoke, and dual pistols that shoot killer butterflies, a bloody wolf's claw. I didn't really get to see much of what the eyeball glutton did with his weapon, but it's probably badass too if the others are. And I know you said you didn't know much about Ego, or you didn't seem to know much about Ego, but that's gotta be Ego, right?
Honestly, Merru, he forces himself to not chuckle a little bit at the eyeball glutton. But he shrugs and he goes, I guess our gear is a bit flashy, I guess you could say, compared to some of the other weapons here.
A bit? Are you kidding? I mean, if it is Ego and seeing what it did, it has to be. It's really flashy. I mean, I know you said that I can't take it apart and take a look at it, but you can tell Stef is like itching to do so.
Yeah, Merru, he forces himself now to not step away from Stef and goes, yeah, it wouldn't go very well if you tried. Sometimes it feels like my rifle has a mind of its own, so you probably shouldn't get your hands near it.
Huh. Mind of its own. Stef kind of like looks intrigued at that. Like, you can see his eyes kind of light up, and he's like, is that like a figure of speech, or like...
Everyone elaborate on that. Because it's a yes and no.
Yeah, Stef's kind of like looking at you as if like expecting you to say more.
Merru will just kind of tilt his head. He has no intention of explaining what he just meant.
This fixer seems to get the message. As you can tell, he's kind of pivoting, and he goes instead, well, you know, I'm curious where your group's based in. I mean, after everything that's happened, and given what you're wielding...
Oh, there's a small pause, because Merru does not want to say that they're based in, the fallen nest of L Corp. He has a feeling that if this fixer knows what Ego is, he just does not want him to put 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 together. So he just kind of glances away and then looks back, and he goes, I mean, our group, we function a bit differently from like a fixer office or association. It's not exactly like that. But myself, if it means anything, I was born and raised in District 23 Streets of Flavor, so do with that what you want.
Merru, when you say that, you're used to people reacting negatively to you revealing where you're from, given the reputation that District 23 has. But you notice that Stef seems to be more surprised upon hearing that, as his eyes kind of widen. And he goes, huh, you're not the first person I've befriended from those Backstreets.
Interesting. I mean, Merru, District 23 is a decently sized district. It's not surprising that there would be other people who would have come from District 23 to District 22. I mean, makes sense. So, he is a little relieved. Might be, I don't know if that's the right word, but it might be, that he doesn't have to have the whole, yes, I'm from District 23. No, I'm not going to eat you. No, I'm not going to eat your friend either. He's glad he can avoid that part of the conversation, because it does get tiring. Like with people like Yuna. He's over that. He's over that. But yeah.
Now, you can tell, Stef seems more curious than anything at that. And he's just kind of like, huh. You know, I've never actually been there before myself. I mean,
Good.
Not that I'm sure I'd want to go. No offense, but...
No, none taken. The Backstreets suck. Can't speak for what the Nest is like, but the Backstreets suck. If you're not from there, you really shouldn't go there.
Yeah, no, I'm from District 22's Nest, over here, and it's a lot nicer in the Nest than what we saw last night.
The Nest. Yeah, I'm sure it is. No Backstreets, I think, can compare to a Nest, so you're lucky.
Yeah. No, I can't dispute you there. But, what are you all doing here anyway, actually? He kind of, like, as he shifts, like, he's taking one of the seats, and, like, pretty much you two are the only ones at this point. Like, there are a couple other fixers, I imagine, still milling about. Because you really don't seem like your typical fixers. And, I mean, I know that one guy got demoted or something, but...
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Merru, he's trying to not let it show that he's nervous about being asked all of these questions, because he's usually not the guy who has to explain all of this stuff. He's like usually the last guy who explains this. But he was some, you know, it's not even quick thinking. It's more of just the best way to explain things without explaining anything. He just goes, I mean, we're not fixers. We're here detouring from I guess you could call it a confidential mission. I'm not trying to become a fixer or anything. I'm just here to do my job and get out. That's all. Just kind of here because we have to be.
Huh. Well, from what I've seen of you so far, I think you'd make a good fixer.
Merru does look away at that, and forces himself to not think about anything that would pop up into his mind about hearing that. And he just goes, well, I don't really have a desire to change my profession right now.
That's too bad. You can kind of see, like, he looks a little disappointed at that. As he kind of leans in and he says, because I could get you an in with Magnet Office if you really wanted. And I know some people who'd be really interested in what you have to offer. And we can work on your... He kind of looks you up and down. He's like, awkwardness in social situations. And if pay is an issue, I mean, it's okay. The main offer fixers there are nice, and I know a Tally or Stella would have a field day looking at your gear.
Merru, he does
take a little bit of a step back at this point. And he knows he should just be like, no, immediately. Like, I don't want that. But he does pause. But then makes himself say, I'm not interested in changing my profession, like I said.
He kinda, at first, looks for a moment as if he's not sure if he should push, but then you kind of see something in his eyes as he looks up at you for a second, and he just shakes his head and he's like, I don't know if I believe you.
What do you mean you don't believe me? I just told you.
That you're not interested in being a fixer.
Why do you think that?
As he opens his mouth, it looks like he's about to say something, Merru, but then he stops, shrugs, and you can see some of that boldness kind of slip away as he just goes, just a hunch. I guess I'll take your word for it, but if you ever change your mind... And Merru, he holds out to you a business card.
Interesting.
Do you take a look at what it says?
Hesitantly, Merru will take the business card.
It is a Magnet Office in Atelier Stella business card.
Interesting. Merru, his eyebrows will furrow a bit as he stares at it. And then he glances back up at Stef and goes, I said I wasn't interested, but I guess just in case we need an extra connection, I suppose I'll keep it. That's all.
There's a smile on Stef's face when you take the card, and you have a feeling he's very pleased that you took it. And as he spins on his heel and turns to leave with like a little wave and is like, well, I'll see you around, Merru. He kind of stops for a second and says, actually, there's one last thing. Forgive me for overstepping, but I was asked this once when I didn't really have much of my own purpose, too. I know how the city can be, but is doing your job really the only thing you care about?
Merru is definitely, he's been thrown off like 3 times in this conversation already. And he's unable by this point to kind of hide his confusion and his nervousness, and he just goes, why? I don't understand why you're asking me this.
Well, I just wasn't expecting you to be... Well, I mean, I guess what I'm wondering is if there's anything else besides your work that gives you purpose. A while ago, an old friend of mine asked me if there was anything in the city that moved my heart, and I know that sounds dumb to say out loud, but figuring out that answer helped me discover what I actually cared about accomplishing in my life, and you seem like you could use some help with that.
At that, Merru seems to close himself off a bit again. When he hears you seem like you could use some help with that, and he lowers Justicia to make sure both of his eyes are covered again, and he just goes, that question is pointless. I don't understand why that matters to you. I'm glad you can find meaning or whatever from a question like that, but I'm here to do my job. I'm not focusing on things like that. I don't know what you thought I was, but I'm sorry to disappoint, I guess. I appreciate that you like my gear, though.
Huh. Merru, you notice that this fixer, there's almost a sad look on his face for a moment. As if he wants to say more, and as if for some reason, despite the fact that you do not recognize him, you're not sure who he is, but he seems more upset by this than a stranger should. But he kind of just shakes his head and he says, well, I'll get out of your hair. I, hope to see you around again before the event ends, Merru.
Yeah. Merru, he's very put off right now. But he just kind of nods a little bit and lets Stef leave. And I guess when he does, he kind of stares at the business card some more. And it kind of, honestly, it feels a little bit like when, back at the party boat, when he talked with Berg, after realizing that the two of them used to know each other. And he had that, like, gross kind of feeling when he had to tell Berg that his dream had died. It's kind of that same feeling, which is weird because he does not... It's just some rando fixer. It might just be because, I mean, it's... He wanted to be a fixer, and the idea that someone thinks that he could have made a good one probably makes him feel kind of bad. But, you know, he doesn't really have the time to be focusing on this, frankly. He's one of the last, if not the last person in this room, and he's sure the other managers are wondering where he went. And frankly, he doesn't want to be away from them for too long either. Who knows what'll happen. So instead of working through whatever he was just worried about there, he will pocket the business card in a relatively safe place in, I don't know, some pocket somewhere. And he will focus back on his task at hand, which involves him going back and finding the managers. And,
Absolutely.
you know, putting that weird conversation in the back of his mind.
Managers, the four of you are able to meet back up. If you have anything to all say to one another before round 2 begins.
I mean, I guess Merru will catch back up with the other managers, and he'll just be like, sorry, I got... Sorry.
No need to apologize.
Mr. DM,
Yes.
I have been considering how much Kai would be seething after Mix's interaction with Faye, though it's not something that he would necessarily speak to Mix about in front of the other managers. I was curious if he would be able to pull Mix aside, just the, or maybe before the other two had caught up. Whichever one you think makes more sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Kai can pull Mix aside.
Cool. He's just gonna try to knock them in check and then get back to the rest of the group.
Interesting.
'Cause that was because Kai is annoyed but also feels a little bit guilty since he was the one to inadvertently send Faye over to Mix in the first place, and then see that, and if Mix will follow while Kai kind of roughly, or not roughly necessarily, but his grip is a little bit too tight on Mix's arm as he drags them aside.
Mix will yank their arm away.
Oh my god.
But they will follow.
Cool, fine, whatever. Hey, Mix.
What? What do you want?
I'm gonna. I get that this isn't. I'm gonna be quiet about this. I get that this isn't your scene or whatever, I guess, but you've been dealing with all of this for a decent amount of time now, so I think it's appropriate to tell you to act like a grown-up when you're upset and suck it up.
I am. What the
lecturing a 20-year-old for being hopeful when that's considerably less insufferable than sucking the good energy out of every room you walk into. You're older than him. You want to talk maturity? Fucking show some. You lack a spine. You lack conviction for whatever.
I'm just
morals
doing what you guys did, but
we didn't tell you to act like an asshole, dude. You're older than him. Where is the hopeful, naive, kind of annoying Mix from the very brief period during our facility's collapse? I think that person might like Faye, and I like that Mix considerably better than whatever act you've been putting on lately. I don't really care for whatever your defense is. It is not conducive to anything good. You are bringing yourself and the people around you down. I don't think you would like yourself if you met you. Button it up. And I'll give you a minute to gather yourself. I'm gonna go back to the group. And Kai will, before whatever defense Mix was going to come up with, kind of huff and stomp off to the others. And think in his head like, yeah, that was solid. I'm really good at talking to people and letting them know when something's wrong.
When Mix is alone for a little bit, they're like kind of like still stammering when Kai walks off, just like I wasn't trying to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And their like eyes water up, and they look like they're about to cry, but they quickly like just sort of stew in their misery for a little bit, and then just like wipe their eyes with their sleeve and then walk back.
And you all hear...
Very, very quiet, and also a bit farther away from the others, but very quiet. Go ahead.
No, you're good. As you start to walk back, Mix, you all hear... Round 2 will now begin. Please enter the assigned tent for your psychological evaluation. And managers, you all have a moment to say any last words to one another.
I don't know if Merru has any particular words for the others if they don't have any words.
Fine, we've read the counseling handbook back at L Corp. Just pretend like you're sitting for normal counseling.
Right.
Pryor doesn't have anything else to say. He's steeling himself for what he's sure to be an insufferable time stuck in a room with a fixer.
Absolutely.
I think it's better than all of us almost dying.
Men will do anything but go to therapy.
Truth nuke.
Pryor would go back to the Backstreets.
Well, we'll see what might come in the further rounds. But for now, Merru, you find yourself in this place that's been converted into an office area. And there is a counselor here who kind of gestures for you to take a seat on the couch. You can choose to move off of it if you so want to. But you see that they are standing and they have a notepad with them.
I mean, Merru will awkwardly kind of sit down. Why not?
Greetings. I will be your counselor for this evaluation.
Hi. I mean, hello.
Hello. Merru, correct?
Yes.
You can call me James, as James looks at you and kind of does pull up a chair now and takes a seat of his own and says, now, we're going to begin the psych evaluation to determine if you are mentally fit to be a fixer. This will count towards, but not encompass all of your points, in addition to the other rounds. And I see on record here that you have applied for and failed a test to receive a fixer license in District 23 at age 20 on July 18th. You notice, Merru, when James gets to the year that is written down in the notes that he has, he kind of pauses. He looks at you. He looks back at the notes like he's not entirely sure if the dates are lining up correctly. And then he just kind of goes, well, as you may remember, the reasons for your previous failure were listed as levels of mental stability that were evaluated as not meeting the minimum requirements as set by the Hana Association, multiple health conditions and medical deficiencies that were evaluated as being below the threshold of acceptance as set by the Hana Association, failure of 2 of the free standard sensory tests performed on all fixer applicants. I've been asked to confirm if these reasons no longer apply. To begin, I will perform the free simplified standard sensory tests that all applicants are asked to participate in. Your earlier performance in our wellness event should have allowed these tests to be waived, but procedure states that any applicant who failed a past evaluation must retake them. Do you agree to participate in these retests?
Merru is staring at this counselor. He was not expecting that to get brought up, because he did fail when he attempted to become a fixer back then. But he, after a long pause, kind of stutters out yes, I agree.
Excellent. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, let us start with test 1. This was the test you passed initially. I'm going to use this device to create a light on the wall, and you watch as he takes a device out of his pocket and clicks it on so you see the light. All I need you to do is follow the light with your eyes as it moves. The device will be able to track your eyes' movements with precise accuracy. You'll do this for exactly 1 minute at level 1 and 1 minute at level 2. Are you ready?
Well, Merru will make sure Justicia is properly not covering his eyes for this. he doesn't want to get in trouble for potential cheating. And he'll sigh and nod his head.
Let's begin. And Merru, can you make me a focus awareness check?
Focus awareness.
Yep, with scaling difficulty. So at challenge 1.
Sure. Challenge 1. Let's see.
5
Pretty
successes.
good.
5 successes. To the untrained eye, Merru is doing perfectly well and even above average. But you would notice that the device, there's something that the counselor writes down, as he seems to be noting the oddity that is how your prosthetic eye heavily impacts your reaction speed. And you hear him go, noted. Time's up. You may look back over here.
Merru will do so. He's not sure what the noted means. He hopes it's good. He's definitely, the nerves are, he's trying to not focus on the fact that his right hand feels kind of clammy right now, because he is kind of just remembering having done this before.
All right. The counselor does not seem to remark on that, though you see him sort of making a couple more notes as he says, the second test is to check your body's ability to sense your movements. Please stand up and put your feet together. Do you do so as he asks?
Yes, sir.
Now I will set a timer for 2 minutes, and you watch as he gets the timer ready. And all you have to do when I say begin is to stand there and stay still. I will monitor any changes in your balance and coordination, and after the 2 minutes have passed, we will repeat the same test with your eyes closed. Ready?
All right. Yes.
Begin. And this time, Merru, can you make me a physique or endurance athletics check?
Yes, I will do endurance because I have one more dot in that than I do physique.
Absolutely.
All right. A.
5 successes
Pretty good.
again.
I'm good at getting a 5.
You are. Merru, you're able to keep perfect balance, but the horns atop your head have been making these subtle yet consistent flashes, and you can feel the counselor's eyes on your horns, and you watch him jot something down on his clipboard.
Well, I imagine even when Merru has to close his eyes for the second part, he can probably guess that there's more writing being done, which is slightly concerning, but he's sure it's just what counselors have to do. He's fine. He's calming himself down.
And as your eyes are closed, you hear, "Thank you. You may open your eyes and sit down now."
All right, he will do so.
This last test is meant to assess your response times and reaction speed. And the counselor walks over to you and says, take these devices into your hands, and whenever you feel a buzz and some pressure, squeeze your hands into fists. When the buzzing stops, open your hands. We will repeat in free increments of 90 seconds.
Right? I mean, that one's easy enough. I mean, the other ones were easy too, but that one seems relatively easy.
The counselor nods to you and says, ready, begin. And this time, Merru, if you could make me a reflex awareness check. Once again, scaling difficulty.
Sorry, repeat, what did you say? What is it, the...
Reflex awareness with scaling difficulty.
Awareness. Okay. Listen, can I go 3 for 3 with getting a 5?
Let's see if you can. That'd be pretty impressive.
It would be. See? Oh my god. So close.
A 7 success crit?
I'm really good at what is the equivalent of pressing buttons?
Merru, the counselor's eyes kind of widen, you see, as he starts to write something down, faster than he did before. And as you're doing this test, there isn't much of a difference between either hand. Even though it looks like your augmentations and prosthetics are subtly aiding your speed. And you even hear the counselor kind of mutter an impressive under his breath. Before he kind of coughs and says, "This concludes your sensory retests. Please return the devices to me." And he holds out his hands to take them.
Merru will hand them over. He heard that impressive. He's feeling pretty all right now. So yeah.
But when he takes them, you actually see the Fixer's kind of smiling at this and says, "Thank you. Now, as you may remember, your results will be assessed under the context of how any potential failures may impact your specific ability to work as a Fixer. Applicants pass or fail tests for various reasons, so procedure states that the reasonings for any and all failures will be noted by our team of professionals. Your results should be available by the end of this evaluation, so let us continue. If you wouldn't mind stepping into this connecting room," and you see him step back and kind of gesture to the room beside. "A quick test of your height, weight, and vitals is needed to rule out your previous failure to meet the threshold of acceptance for your physical health. Do you agree to participate in this test?"
I mean, Merru sighs. You can't really say no. But I mean, hey, he feels like he passed those retests. He feels good about it, so he knows that he's not always the best at taking care of his physical health sometimes, but he's fine. So he'll just go, "Yes, I agree."
Excellent. Please enter the room then, and we will continue with the next part of the evaluation afterwards.
Alright,
And
well, he'll step into the room.
excellent. And this counselor leads you into that room. And as you're taking your test, Mix, you are in another room very similar to this one.
Yep.
And there is an older woman here who has a notepad.
Mm-hmm.
And she looks to you and she says,
Yep.
"Welcome, Mix, to the psych evaluation portion.
Mm-hmm.
I am Gemma, and I will be conducting your evaluation."
Gotcha. Yeah, Mix is a little frazzled, I guess. They kind of are still reeling from everything, but they managed to sort of collect themselves, and they say, "It is nice to meet you, madam."
"It is nice to meet you too." And she kind of gives you a smile, Mix. And then says, "I have here on record that you have not taken a Fixer license test before."
No, ma'am.
Well, we'll go through and do the proper procedures, but... And you hear her look through, or you see her look through what looks to be a list of questions as she leads you through similar tests, things that you need to get done, and then says, "For the next portion, we have a couple scenarios to present to you.
Mm-hmm.
You are being put up for promotion, but one of your fellow Fixers is aiming for the same position as you. How would you go about handling this situation?"
Mix pauses. They're not sure what to say because they just had the conversation with Kai. So they're confused and rattled, and they're not sure what to say. They kind of need at their legs for a bit, sort of like kneading through their pants, and they say, I am sorry, could you repeat the question?
The counselor kind of taps her pen, and she gives you a smile. But you hear her say, I am required to tell you that while there is no time limit on the questions, we are asked to take into account... She kind of pauses, like she's trying to think how best to say this.
All responses. I know. That's
Yes.
fine. Just...
You are
Please.
being put up for promotion, and one of your fellow fixers is aiming for the same position as you. How would you go about handling this situation?
I think I would do my best to ensure that the quality of my work would ensure that I would be chosen.
You see her write something down as she nods and she says, Understood. Noted. And in one of the other offices, Kai, you have an older man approach you, with his notepad. He kind of waves to you, with a smile, and says, I will be the one conducting your evaluation today.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Yes. And Kai, you know, it feels nicer to be in a therapist's office, than it does to be in active danger, and this man seems polite enough. If it's chill with the court to try to be on more equal ground with him, Kai would reach his not claw hand out to shake his, if he'd take it.
Absolutely. This older man will take your hand, will shake it, and will say, It is good to meet you, Kai. I am Jeremiah.
Jeremiah. Would you prefer I call you sir or something?
You may call me what you wish. Either that or sir is acceptable.
Alright, sir. Hit me. Not literally with the question.
He kind of laughs at that, and he's like, I assure you that it's not this kind of evaluation. And he looks at the records he has, and he says, Now, Kai, I've seen that you have worked a variety of jobs in the past.
Yes, sir. I've been around.
I can see that. He kind of just nods and notes a few things down and says there will be a couple tests we'll need to have you take as well, since this is the first time that you are taking a fixer license test.
Absolutely. Where should we start?
And Kai, he will walk you through what he needs to take you through. And as that is all done, he then brings you back to this room, and he says, and we'll do some scenario questions. As a fixer, your job is to put others before yourself, but you must be able to live long enough to keep those you protect safe. Do you believe you possess the ability to prioritize whose lives to save if a situation proves too dangerous to fight in?
In all of the situations that I have encountered so far, I have felt confident in my capacity to make rational choices, at least in my opinion, though I've been told by some that my methods can be seen as overkill or reckless, but I think my style is just a bit unorthodox. And to answer your question, at least so far, I've seldom failed to save those that I've been ordered to protect, and I think that if a situation proved too difficult to do so, I would be able to face that fact and make a decision.
He's nodding along as you speak, Kai, and you see him writing some things down. You see kind of, he pauses a bit when he hears about being criticized for your methods. And then he writes something a little bit faster than the rest. And then he says, well, thank you, Kai. This has all been recorded. And for our next question, as Prior, when you enter the room, there isn't someone else there at first. And there's a brief period of time where you're the only person sitting there, as if waiting for someone to come on in.
Prior assumes this might be part of the psych eval, like maybe some kind of patience-based thing. So he tries to make himself comfortable. He'll sit down. He won't like lull his head back. He won't get overtly comfortable. He'll try and scan the room, sort of let all his eyes sort of linger in different spots. Try and keep an eye on the time and maintain his patience as best he can.
After what's probably been about 5 or so minutes, the door opens and you see the grade 1 Hana Fixer enter the room.
And here I thought I was the one that you threatened with demotion. They put you on counseling duty?
There is a deep sigh from the man as he says, no other of the counselors here wanted to handle you. Our counselors were equipped to dealing with grade 9 to 7 fixers on the cusp of promotion, not big brothers from the middle who cause scenes.
Yeah, that's probably a different form of licensing. I doubt that they've taken the time to get it at this point. All right, well, I'm an open book. Ask away.
He looks down at the notepad and says, your name is Prior.
That is what they call me.
Is that what you were born as?
No.
He looks down again, and you can see the exhaustion behind the man's eyes as he just says, will you elaborate?
Absolutely not. Next question.
Fine, your previous association is the middle, and you were a big brother.
That is what they called me.
Was that all you were?
No.
Will you elaborate?
Absolutely not. Next question.
Fine, we don't have your birth year.
No.
Will
I'll just
you?
stop you right there. No. No. No.
Okay. Prior, born before today, big brother, unspecified. I don't think we need to run you through the Fixer license tests. Because both of us know that you're not here for that. And I don't see a reason to waste either of our time any more than we already are.
Yeah, you can just put me down for denied the medical examination.
Wonderful. He writes that down. And then he says, we'll skip ahead to the scenario questions.
Perfect. Get to the real meat and potatoes.
You are a member of the SWI Association. You and a fellow SWI fixer are contracted by a client to protect them from the middle. A fight arises where the client, your fellow fixer, and innocents are in danger. Do you A. prioritize the safety of the SWI fixer? B. Prioritize the safety of the innocents? C. Prioritize the safety of the client?
Okay, well, firstly, I don't need to choose between those options. I'm going to save everyone. And how I'm going to do it is, as I imagine there's no big brother there at a simple kidnapping. It's probably, honestly, it's probably, well, I mean, if it's U Corp, it's definitely one of the
I think
smaller groups there. I'll just command the middle to step aside, rescue the civilians, and then using my superior charisma, I will convince them to work together and figure out a way that everyone can walk out of the situation resolved. So, there we go. Everyone's happy.
he's staring at you. And he says, I think you have misunderstood the question. You are not a big brother of the middle. You are a fixer from the SWI Association.
I'm gonna stop you right there. I am a big brother of the middle, and there's no reason to give a scenario question if you're not going to allow someone to express their own hard-earned, hard-worked talents. You wouldn't say that someone couldn't answer a scenario question using their superior athletic capability. I worked hard for my title, and I'm gonna use it in your stupid little scenarios. So my answer is, I tell the middle to get out of the way, and I win the day. Next question.
There is another long pause before he writes something down. And Prior, I imagine
a fixer couldn't give an answer like that.
What did he say?
Prior just takes a sip of water and says, I imagine just another fixer couldn't give an answer like that.
Because most fixers would stick to the scenario that they are presented with.
And that's why you are fixers. You can only imagine changing things back to the way they originally were. I think of myself as more of an upgrader.
He jots something else down, and then he says, and I think we should move on to the next question.
We're in agreement.
And Merru, as we go back to you, the counselor turns to you and says, Now, Merru, for this next segment of your evaluation, I will be asking you various questions to determine your current levels of mental stability, as well as analyzing your mindset and views on multiple topics. Please answer honestly in as much detail as you find necessary to provide. Let us begin with something relatively easy. You are assigned to a mission. Your coworker gets in over his head, and you can either forfeit the mission to bail him out, or complete the mission as tasked. What do you do?
Merru, he'll think about it for a moment, and with a little tilt to his head goes, I think that depends, right? I mean, how important is the mission? What caused my coworker to get in over his head? What the consequences of either forfeiting the mission or leaving him to complete it are? I would want to do whatever benefits me the most in the long run.
but I don't like to half-ass things. I mean, I don't tend to leave my jobs unfinished. I'd probably leave him and finish the mission. There's probably a higher chance that I can complete the mission and then maybe help him if he's still alive than the other way around. So, and then Merru will shrug and go, I think that's the most beneficial option. I'll do my job and I'll do it well. And if it makes sense to help my coworker, then I will. And I don't know why people act like that's such a bad thing. I mean, honestly, I think the amount of people here who would claim they'd play hero and save their coworker is way higher than the amount of people who actually would commit to it in the moment at the cost of their mission. And the ones who really would do it probably aren't even doing it for the sake of their coworker. So, that's my answer.
Can you elaborate on that? And you notice that James has been writing things down the entire time you've been speaking.
Merru he'll sit up a little straighter in his seat and go, on what? The last thing? I mean, is it not obvious? People are selfish. Even the few people who do lots of good things don't actually do it because they want to help others. They're doing it either because they want to look good in front of people or because it benefits them in some way. I mean, you see it all the time. Like, a guy who loves to talk all about how he always goes out of his way to help struggling people or whatever, but as soon as there's no one to tell, the people he helps don't look happy enough, immediately he'll stop being so good and generous. Same reason you stop seeing fixers rescue lost cats and dogs once they reach, like, grade 7? I could go on, but I think you get my point. I've met so few genuinely selfless people that I can count them all on one hand. And I think most of them died before adulthood, you know? And then Merru will sigh and goes, it's not a problem. I mean, I'm selfish too. I can admit that. And most people who aren't die young, and basically no one will care when they die because they're too focused on themselves. So, you know, it could be a good thing. You put yourself first and all. I get more mad at the people who act like they're above all that, honestly. I try to be honest. Like, I don't enjoy hurting others. I don't like seeing my coworkers in danger. I don't like death and destruction, but I have to do my job. I help people if it benefits me, but I'll always put myself first. So.
I see. Have you ever done anything on a mission that wasn't to your benefit? And if so, how did that make you feel, Merru?
Merru will kind of glance down as he thinks, and then shakes his head a little and goes, no. I mean, I don't think so. Not on purpose, at least. I mean, the things I do for my coworkers are just to save my own skin. Well, I guess there are still a few things that could be seen that way. But it's like I said, I'm here to do my job. I work. I do things that help me. And that's it. I have nothing else to say on this. And it's clear he's putting a firm line. He does not want to talk about this topic anymore.
You hear the sound of the pen on the paper, and the fixer looks at you and says, and for our next question, and Mix, the older counselor, looks up at you and says, now Mix, fixers come from various backgrounds hailing from the Nests and the Backstreets alike. Let's say you are approached by a fixer from the Backstreets of District 4 who claims that your station is undeserving and that you got in on connections alone. How would you react to this accusation?
What kind of standing do I have in this scenario?
In this scenario, you and this fixer are both on the same standing. we'll say you're both grade 7 fixers.
And what is my background?
Your background is that you hail from one of the nests. We'll say you come from District 1's nest. And Mix, you know they have your information on files, so you're very sure, given what they assessed before, that they are purposely choosing the one you came from.
Mix scoffs a bit, wondering why don't they just call Mix, and then they wonder why they don't call Mix, and then there's kind of like a record scratch sound, and then Mix continues to thought, why don't they call blank instead? Well, as that's the case, then I would tell my colleague, as it were, that yeah, I probably did. I made use of the resources around me, and I used them to my advantage. Some people don't have to work as hard in this city, and that's just the nature of things. It's not my fault I was born in a privileged position, and it's not their fault that they were born in a disadvantageous position.
I see. And you can hear again that pen against paper as she writes something down. And she says, looking back up to you, and do you have any final thoughts to add on that question before we move to the next one?
I think that you people have certainly done your research. I'm impressed, genuinely.
The counselor doesn't say anything at first and just writes something down before looking back to you and says, well, then let's move on to the next one. And Kai.
Yes, sir.
Kai, how have you dealt with failure in the past? How did you overcome that?
Failure. Well, like I had just said, I have seldom failed in doing what I'm told, but I feel failed those around me on occasion. Failure to meet expectations, or the expectation of understanding others sometimes. But I've been trying harder to work on that lately. And I'm not sure this was the answer that you were looking for, but a way that I have dealt with failure, or that I have overcome my past failures, is that I have found a friend or two that seem to kind of want me around at a point in life where I didn't really think that that was something that I could earn, and it makes me want to do better. So I don't think that I fear failure, or it would discourage me, as long as I knew that in someone else's eyes that I was worthy to keep around.
The Fixer makes a noise at that, jots something down, and says, I see. And do you have anything to add here?
Like, questions for you? Or...
Oh no, I'm the one asking the questions here. He kind of like smiles at you at that and says, no, anything else for this answer you've given? If not, we can move on ahead.
I don't think so. I don't fear failure. And I think that I am equipped to deal with it as best I can. That is all. Thank you.
Equipped to deal with, does not fear. And he makes some more notes and then nods and says, for our next one. And Prior, at this point, as the Hana Fixer looks down at his next question, he looks exhausted. And he just looks at the question and then looks up at you and says, your association section director made a call you believe could be ultimately detrimental to the mission or the lives of your fellow fixers. How would you resolve this conflict? And you are a member of a fixer section, not a member of the middle in this scenario.
Okay. Fine. You've made your point. I've given you a hard enough time. I suppose I will indulge you and fully embrace my role. In this situation, I am a fixer. I am by nature subordinate to the director, who has made a call that puts not only my fellow fixers, but my own life in danger. Obviously, having plenty of experience in this area, the next step would have to be very, very rationally done. The first step is obviously to pull them aside and try to open a dialogue, have some communication, understand if there are details that I, at my station, am simply not aware of that are causing them to make a decision that would otherwise be detrimental, that might make perfect sense, and causing that kind of public discourse would obviously be detrimental not only to their role, but my own performance within the association. Of course, seeing as that they are an association director, I imagine they will easily discard my comments, at which point I will have to plan to overthrow them, unfortunately. I'm going to have to track down those among my own level that are most agreeable to my philosophy and idea. We'll have to figure out how to make the coup look like an accident. Or at the very least, have it be public and firm enough that no one would dare question my authority and leadership when I took control of the section. I would personally need at least 2 other associations that had something against that person as support in some way, shape, or form. So I'd like to imagine I would need some form of diplomatic time. Do I have at least a week in this question? I'm going to assume I have at least a week. With that, I could easily begin to understand what blackmail, because they're a fixer, there's clearly plenty of things they've done that they can be blackmailed with, and begin to unravel how I can best collapse their life in on them so they are a psychological mess by the time I swoop in. I won't even need to kill them. They'll be pretty much begging for death when their entire life unravels in on them, and I can easily step into the power vacuum left by them and assert complete and utter domination over the association and spare my fellow fixers and myself from a grisly fate at the hands of an incompetent leader who should have been replaced.
He's just staring at you, Prior, and then he writes down a single sentence on that pad, and you just kind of hear him mutter under his breath, stage a mutanty.
It would be slightly more Machiavellian than that. It would at least be a conspiracy.
He writes something
We can
else
compromise. We can
down.
compromise. Conspiracy to commit mutiny here. If you're going to label my genius act of preserving my lives, I mean, isn't that what you fixers are all about? A meritocracy where those who are the most competent have the lowest grade and are therefore the best? Or are you openly admitting that it's all bureaucracy and faux play politics where those leading the association are not those who are best able to rule and conquer with the greatest skill and talent for the role that they're in?
I think that this is an evaluation for you, where we should move on to the next question and get it done.
Okay. I'm just saying, as a leader, when you ask others questions, you often reveal things about yourself that you might not have thought about that. Anyway, I imagine you have another question about my psychological holdups and fears of being controlled by someone incompetent that absolutely have nothing to do with your own feelings and thoughts.
He just lets out a very tired sigh and just says, "We are moving on to the next question." And Merru,
Yes.
as this grade 1 Hana Fixer is struggling,
Poor thing.
your Fixer counselor turns to you with a smile and says, "Why don't we move on to a different topic? You've mentioned that you are currently working. Can you give us a brief account of your current profession?"
Yeah. I work as a mercenary. We're obviously not fixers, but we've been helping clients with finding and eliminating threats and engaging in various armed conflicts. And Merru, when he's saying this, he's not intensely staring at the counselor, but his gaze hasn't really left the counselor, and it's not for any reason besides the fact that he's trying really hard to not show like how hard he's trying, like he's thinking in his head about the best way to describe his work without being too strange. That the only thing he can do to not show any strange emotion on his face is just to stare at this counselor. But he continues and he goes, "We could all work separately, but we work better as a small group of hired talent. I know the Hana was concerned that our work was becoming too similar to that of fixers or something, but we really are just mercenaries."
There's a pause as you see him writing down something, and then he looks to you and says, "And how would you say this profession has affected your mental health?"
Merru blinks a few times and he goes, "My mental health? I don't know. I'm fine. I have income, a more stable place to sleep, tasks to do every day. It's better than what I was doing back when I was alone in District 23. So I'm probably better than I used to be. I can actually talk to people again, for one. For a while I struggled to even have normal conversations with people, but now I can, talk to people. I mean, it can be hard, but I'm a lot better. And besides that, I can just put my mind on doing my job and get through the day that way, so."
So you would say that being a mercenary has improved your life? I see. How do you feel when you have to kill a target? Would you say that taking a life ever weighs on you?
Usually the people I kill deserve what's coming to them. I said before that not all people are bad for being selfish, but a lot of people are bad in general. They deserve consequences. I provide those consequences. I don't think much about anyone who dies to my rifle."
The counselor kind of looks up at you and tilts his head and says, I will note that you used the word usually there. Have you ever taken the life of someone undeserving of death while on the job?
Yes. It wasn't my fault. But I have.
How was it not your fault?
Because I didn't have a choice. I mean, if my two options are to shoot my gun or die, I really only have one choice. I mean, sometimes people would get in my way, and I would tell them that my bullets are highly lethal and to stay away. And the ones that didn't listen got shot. That isn't my fault. It's like, the only one to blame when someone ignores a danger, warning label, and then suffers from the thing that label was warning them of, is themselves. Not the label, right? It's the same thing. It's not my fault. I tried to warn them. And then there's another pause. He kind of, not shrinks back, but sits back when he realizes he had gotten kind of a little bit more passionate. And he goes, I guess there have been a couple times where I could have worked a little harder to keep people out of the way.
So you did have a choice, at least in some cases?
No. Not really. I was doing the best I could. I'm doing the best I can. And once again, Merru's starting to get a little bit more agitated, I guess. He goes, there's only so much I can do when I'm being forced to use this stupid gun and keep everyone safe while staying alert to literally everything from our environment to our money to my stupid coworkers who want to run into the maw of death every 5 seconds and...
Merru. And the counselor speaks, cutting you off suddenly. You seem to suddenly be experiencing more elevated levels of stress comparatively to your stress levels while in combat. Would you like to take a moment to speak on that?
Speak on what? I'm fine. I'm just explaining to you why my so-called choices are all fake.
You claim that you could have done more to save people, but you didn't. And that is all I'm pointing out.
And I'm telling you why that doesn't matter. I mean, why does no one listen to me? Yeah, I could have done everything perfectly every second of my life. But because I'm forced to keep track of literally everything, I sometimes can't do everything super perfect and correct. Sure, I'm not choosing to do that though, it just happens. But I do my job really well. Isn't that what matters? Or do my thoughts and opinions on this not actually matter to yet another person? Is that what this is? You just want to rile me up so you can turn around and make me look like some unhinged, trigger-happy idiot just like she always does? Well, I'm tired of everyone ignoring what I'm actually saying and thinking so little of me, because I'm not like that. I'm doing my best. I'm doing the best I can to survive. I don't know what else to do. Okay?
As you say all this, Merru, the counselor lets you speak. The only sound aside from yourself, that of the pen. Before the counselor sets it down and says, that was not the implication I was making. Would you like to elaborate on who she is and the discrepancies between how you're perceived by your peers versus how you see yourself?
Merru looks a little like he's frozen in place for a few seconds as he realizes his little mini outburst. And he sits back again on the couch and he just kind of deflates and goes, I don't know why I got so angry. I didn't mean to be like that. It's been a long day. I haven't really rested much since we got here to District 22. I'm much better at keeping myself in check when I'm on the job. I'm fine. I just don't like people treating me, like I'm...
Like you're what? A weapon? Less than human?
I don't know. It never mattered to me before. I mean, it shouldn't matter. it doesn't, right. I won't let that bother me. I can't. Really, I just want to do my job and get to the end of the day. That's all I need. I know how to do my job, and I do it better than most people in my position could. That's all.
Understood. It is important that any good fixer recognizes when they need to redirect their emotions and manually reset their stress levels, even when outside forces attempt to push them over the edge. I see that you have learned to do so quite quickly. Duly noted. And James writes some more things down before he looks to you, and he says, with a smile, putting the notepad down, "Congratulations, Merru. You have officially passed all 3 of your retests. The analysis of your retest notes that both your physical and mental stability levels are on the very low end of the accepted threshold of acceptance as set by the Hana Association. But as the scores of the tests are added into your system purely on a pass-fail basis, you will not be receiving any docked points for that. As for our discussion, your points for that will be added up at the end of the last stage of this evaluation." And he holds out his hand to you, Merru, and steps towards you.
Merru will he'll stand up on instinct, and his eyes are as he hears the words, "You have officially passed," his eyes are kind of widened, and he'll silently shake the counselor's hand.
It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Merru. Please exit using the door you entered from, and you may await the next stage of our wellness check in one of the designated rooms. Once again, congratulations, and good luck in your future endeavors.
Merru will kind of nod and just go, "Oh. Well, thank you." And he'll, without any other words, he will go to leave.
Absolutely. And, Merru, as you head out, Mix,
Yep.
you've gone through quite a bit of questioning so far. And then Gemma looks to you and says, "This will be our final question." Mix, do you love the city you live in?
Ooh. I think Mix was on track. Just give like another kind of non-answer / generic answer. And they were ready for whatever question was, you know. Could have been any like standard, you know, interview question of like, tell me about a time you overcame a difficult situation, how do you handle stress, describe a time you disagreed with like a teammate or supervisor, anything like that. But this is different. This caught them off guard. And part of them still wants to give that sort of generic answer, a sort of resound, yes, I do, care for this city, I care for its inhabitants. Sort of, anything like that. But They pause for a moment. A few seconds pass, and then a minute or two. And then Mix's posture changes a bit. Do you want the answer that you want to hear, or do you want my real answer?
The older woman writes something down in the notepad and then looks to you, Mix, and says, "This is an evaluation of your health, Mix. And these questions reflect what you decide to answer with."
I understand. And I could give you honesty. I'm sure having more information on our minds is beneficial for all of you. So if you want to hear what I actually think, I'll tell you, but only if that is what you want to hear. If not, then I'll just give you a generic answer.
Mix, I believe that in this evaluation, I am the one here asking the questions, and it is up to you to answer them how you will.
I understand, ma'am.
You cannot
Then-
force honesty out of someone.
Absolutely not. Which is why, if you are curious, if you yourself are genuinely curious, I would reward that with honesty.
Mix, can you make me a roll here?
Sure.
Can you make me either a presence or conviction roll? Persuasion.
Sure. What is the difficulty?
The challenge is free.
Challenge is 3. Awesome. I will go ahead and roll. Come on, escalators. Gary needs a new pair of shoes. We've done it.
4 successes on challenge free.
Yeah. Mix is not so much coming at it from like a, I want to know what you hear, because I think Mix knows what that's kind of not super possible. It's more so they're kind of persuading from the angle of like, if you genuinely want to hear my real answer, I will tell you. If you don't really care and you just are like, just need an answer, that's fine too. You know, it's a sort of angle of like, Mix is not like, Mix is like, hey, I can show you my hand, you know, totally cool. It would be of my own will, but you know, you kind of have to make that final push. If not, I'll just, you know, that sort of thing.
With 3 successes, she actually sets the notepad to the side for a second, and says, "I would like to know, Mix."
All right. And Mix stands up, I think, and are there actually windows in this room, or is it just
No, there's not. There's basically like, it is
or
yeah, it's a closed room.
it's like a closed sort of therapist office?
Yep.
Is there are there any plants around? Maybe like a flower or something in like a pot?
You know, there is a plant actually.
Yeah. I think Mix will get up and kind of walk around the room, looking around, and they kind of like look at the plant. They finally like, settled at like their gaze on it, and sort of they even reach out a hand to just trace over the leaves. I think this city is they shake their head. I think this city's awful. I think it's a terrible place. It's not a rare thought. Not original at all. Sure, thousands of people think the same thing. But it's different, I think for the longest time I've thought about how there are people who want to work their way up to change things, because I think that this city does need to change. And, just hearing about people who want to move up, how you need power to change things, play the system by using its rules, either against them or all this other stuff. Isn't that that doesn't do anything, I think I have a problem with that because that doesn't do anything. I think the issues with the city are countless. I mean, the whole system is corrupt. I mean, the wings, the nests versus the Backstreets, the class divide, the insane horrors that people have to live with, all of that. I mean, that's the whole system is broken. It I don't just hate this city. I wish it would burn down. The whole thing. I don't think you can save it. I think it needs that kind of change, and I don't even know if that's even possible. And I don't know what I'm gonna do. It festers. It's gonna fester and stew, these feelings I have. What can I do? There's nothing that one person can do. So I guess I just have to play by the rules and worry about myself. Even though I hate this place, and I hate it so much. I hate the system. I hate the people who play by the system. I hate the people who think they can change things through the system despite the fact that it's so corrupt you can't do anything really. It's a cycle. And but revolution, that's a fairy tale. That's a word people like to throw around. People who are idiots and can't face reality. So, do I love this city? That was your question?
It was.
I think.
She nods.
Life can be such a nuisance. I despise this city. I despise the people who exemplify the city. I despise the organizations that work within it. I despise the borders that have been built between all this. I hate it, but it can't. But I can't do anything. I can't do it. I mean, I've accepted that. I've accepted that at this point. And I don't know if I'd even want to be able to. If I'd have the will. So, there you go. There you go. There's my real answer. And I don't know if it's much of a surprise considering what you people know. And Mix plops back down on the chair.
Counselor writes some things down into the notepad. And just says, well, that concludes our evaluation. Your points will be added up at the last stage of this evaluation. And you can exit using the door you entered from, and you may await the next stage of our wellness check in one of the designated rooms.
Yeah. All right. All right. You guys have a smoking area by any chance?
We do not.
Cool. All right. Have a good day. Yeah. And Mix will get up and step out. They fully aware that this was, they're probably, they're familiar with how the city works. Like, obviously, saying that sort of thing is not going to earn you any kind of favors. It only hurts you, but somehow Mix feels a little less stressed, just for a moment at least. They've kind of were able to just tell the truth of how they feel for once. And yeah, they step out.
And Mix, as you step out, Kai,
Yes, sir.
the man turns to you and says, well, we've come to our last question. Permitting you pass the examination, being granted a license means you must take on the responsibility of representing the idea of a fixer to those who turn to us for help. Do you believe you are worthy of such prestige?
I falters at the term, the idea of being worthy, because though he doesn't plan on becoming a fixer at all, his worthiness being questioned, or if he's deserving of some sort of honor, I think gives him pause. But this man has been nice, and he wouldn't start lying to him now. And he makes the decision to be honest because this shouldn't get back to the others, and also if they're not aiming to be fixers, then no harm, no foul. They're just trying to get out, you know? And he looks up at the man and says, I don't know. I think I'm strong. I think I'm good at fighting. I don't think I'm a hero. I don't even know if I'm good necessarily, or if I always know what good is. I think if it's something that you're bestowing on me, then it's your decision to make. Am I worthy? Am I good enough? Am I more of an asset than a risk? It's kind of a choice that I feel those around me have had to make. I am not a decision maker. I am a follower, but I am capable. And if that's the requirement, I have quantifiable feats that maybe some people here may not. I have saved people. I've also killed a lot of people, so in short, I'm not entirely sure whether I can give a yes or a no to that. I leave that to whoever decides to decide.
He writes something down on the paper, nods, and then says, and Kai,
Yes, sir?
do you even want to become a fixer?
I don't... It is not a path that I have necessarily considered very much. I've lived a lot of lives, though I think that the path of a fixer, for some, is a very honorable one. If I believed I could, maybe I would. I don't think now, as I have a job and people that I deeply care about and want to be around, but if you would consider me, I would be honored to be considered.
Duly noted. And Kai, that concludes the evaluation. We will be looking over your answers. And you can wait for the next stage in our room right through here.
Well, thank you very much. It was a pleasure meeting you, and I hope I was adequate. And Kai will kind of, like, curtsy and make his leave.
He kind of laughs at that, and he says, well, I can't speak too much on the results now, but Your physique in particular was quite impressive.
Thank you much. And he bumps into one of the armchairs on the couch as he shuffles out.
It's kind of like thrown to the side a bit. And Prior.
Hello.
The final question.
Yes.
You see this fixer look at you and say, well, I'm sure you're glad to know we're almost done with this evaluation.
Well, I'm sorry, is that one of the questions on the psych eval, if I'm glad that we're almost done or not? I don't want to give the wrong idea.
No, it's not.
Oh, well then I can be honest and say yes, I'm quite happy.
Well, for your last question, how do you cope with loss?
It happens. You want to save everyone. You try to save everyone. But how can one man in one lifetime accrue enough power to actually really save people? You're going to need to make sacrifices. Someone's going to have to make the hard plays. Especially when you're attempting to find power that will get you more power. And when you lose people, they stay with you. It's like you're haunted by them. You can't ever forget them, lest you forget the very things that made you the man you are. Becoming comfortable with the dead to make them the forgotten. That is a road of hell. And that is not the road I walk. Those who have died, I remember. In their bloodied, final, agonized moments, or their peaceful, calm, serene passing, it doesn't matter. I could go back through my mind and remember every single face. And one day, if I am so fortunate to break the cycle, because of their loss, I will have enough power to protect those I otherwise wouldn't be able to. The only strength in this world is the power to prevent loss. And there are those who have the power and use it. And the much more frequent case of those who acquire such power, but deign not to make it available because it would eat into their monopoly of it. So I deal with loss as any sane, rational, normal person does. I become stronger, so I don't have to suffer it again.
You see him write something down. At one point, you could kind of hear his mutter of "not well" under his breath as you were speaking. But at your final words for the first time, he doesn't look. He looks almost surprised, actually. For a moment.
35 new faces in my mind. Maybe they were terrible people. Maybe they had potential. I didn't know most of them. But I can tell you what they were eating at dinner. How they smiled at each other. how even the leader of that Zwei office, despite his stern and, quite frankly, Luciferian demeanor, I caught him smiling when one of the other Zwei was throwing food into the other one's mouth. I saw how the one doctor patched up the bruises on each other's knees. When you have 6 eyes, you witness those moments of humanity that other people don't. You see it, you smell it, you hear it, and you never forget it. I carry 35 new people on my back, forever and ever, until the day I die. And the anger I feel towards you is but a pale reflection of the anger I feel towards myself that I couldn't save them. And if I were stronger and more like the man I was yesterday, I would have been able to. But the paradox is I wouldn't have saved them. So I hate you. Not as much as I hate myself, but I do hate you. Because of all the people here, powerless to do anything, you could have done something, and you didn't. But that's what it is, and I will deal with it. And one day I will be strong enough so that men like you cannot let 35 people die a needless, bloody death. Does that answer your fucking psychological question, Fixer?
He has been watching you the entire time prior. He looks down at the notepad. Once again writes down a single line and says, "This answer will suffice."
Good. I hope you like where your road ends.
And I hope you like where yours does.
For the second time, we're in agreement then.
He says nothing to that. He simply turns his back on you. And you watch as this Fixer leaves without adding anything else prior, without saying anything else to you. Would you like to make an understanding insight roll?
You know what? Pryor ain't good at it. He's not good at other people. But he'll try.
Zero successes?
Pryor wonders. Deep down, buried beneath his skin, does anyone truly feel the way he does? And that's all he is able to gather, I imagine.
That is. And as you watch the back of this grade 1 Hana Fixer, you all are able to reconvene in the room from before. Meeting up with one another after your interviews.
I mean, I guess when Merru meets up with everyone, he's
Well, he's got Justicia back over his eyes, so you can't really see much of his expression, but he'll give a nod to everyone. Glad that everyone's all in one piece. Still, nothing crazy happened. But he doesn't really feel a need to share with the others necessarily what he talked about in his evaluation. Kind of personal. He doesn't expect the others to share either. So he won't pry.
Yeah, Mix is kind of now realizing that they just said revolution good to a Fixer, a member of the Fixer organization, and they're kind of like slowly dying inside. Probably shouldn't have said that. And now they're like kind of looking around a little nervous. They will not say that they said that to anybody because, Lord knows, the others probably don't even know. So this is not the time to talk about that.
Well, everyone, I hope your evaluations went well.
I think mine went okay. Question mark. Wow.
It certainly went.
Yep.
I don't think any of us need to divulge any more information than that. We're all in agreement.
No, yeah.
Excellent. Perfect. Okay. Equally bad for all of us. Got it. Well.
Mix like
Regardless.
digs into their pocket and like pulls out like a little snack baggie.
Oh, you brought snacks. Smart.
Yeah, this is from when we were in K-Corp.
How stale is
Wow.
that?
It's been
Mix is
too long.
crackers.
It's
They're just crackers.
yeah, they're crackers.
I mean,
It's
frankly, if they're edible, they're edible. I say eat them.
Merru taught me that you can eat these and it's fun.
Well, yeah. When they're stale, they just kind of aren't as.
I can't
Good.
smoke right now, so it's something. Do you want one?
No. You can have them.
I'll have a cracker.
Okay. You want one, Kai?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And Pryor just like opens his mouth and just like puts the cracker on his tongue, and you don't really hear him chew, but you do see him swallow.
Sometimes I do that. I like to dissolve it.
Oh.
Do you want one?
No.
You keep eyeing it.
I don't want a cracker.
Is this like with the fish? Do you want?
No, I just said I don't want a cracker.
You want it? Come on. You want it?
I do not.
It makes like takes one, like kind of like waves in front of Mira's face.
Merru will
Come on.
turn his whole body to a different direction and go, "No, thank you."
No, you
Thanks.
come on. You like these crackers.
Prior,
The
did you have
crackers are
something?
edible.
You like crackers. You said these are edible. You're hungry.
I'm not hungry. Why don't you give the cracker that you'd give to me? Why don't you give it to Pryor? He's clearly wanting another one.
No, I don't think.
I will eat another cracker.
No, I don't think Pryor wants
Yeah.
another. I don't think he needs another one.
That
No,
the second
he
part
doesn't.
is correct.
No, he absolutely doesn't. But if you're going to force one on me, just give it to him. I don't
Well,
want one.
I think you should eat one.
Okay, you're allowed to think that. I'm still not eating it.
Why not?
We can resolve the situation very easily if you give me the cracker and I eat it.
You know what? I do. Give me the cracker.
Well, you're just gonna give it to Pryor.
Please give me a cracker, Merru.
Give me the cracker.
No, because you're gonna.
Okay, fine. Fine.
you know-
I don't want one.
Kai, do you want a cracker?
You have already asked this.
I want everyone to have a cracker so we can all like have a team bonding moment and just like calm down.
What the hell happened to you in that therapist's office?
Just take the cracker. And Mix like forces a cracker into Kai's hand and then
Kai hands the cracker
gives
to
one
Prior.
to Merru.
Hey. Pryor actually goes. Pryor is going to take the cracker, but he looks at Mix and he recognizes what Mix is doing and says, "You know what? I'm
not hungry, you should hold on to that.
I just want peace. This is, in Mix's mind, this is their very...
This is an olive branch.
sheepish-
Fire recognizes this is an
Yeah,
olive branch.
this is a very sheepish way of Mix trying to just apologize.
Managers,
I doesn't know social cues. Yes, Mr. Sinna.
can you all make me a challenge 7
Huh?
intuition awareness
course.
check?
Oh, boy.
Of course.
Intuition awareness.
You mean
It's
it's
Oh, 7?
time to
Wait,
roll
Challenge 7.
I have.
my 0 awareness?
I was gonna say I
0
have 7
successes for
dice. I
Prior.
can do this.
Peepaw's on fire.
3 successes for Merru.
I mean- can't we push for any roll?
you can
You
push.
can if you want to push, Kai.
Oh wait, sorry. I meant to hit D. Well, I fail anyway, so whatever.
2 successes for Mix.
Wait,
5
you could
successes
you
for-
could re-roll into it technically.
Okay, I apologize. I meant to put a DC. I just
No worries,
Okay,
no
okay.
worries.
The DC doesn't matter. It tells you the successes. That's all.
yeah. Oh my God! Wait.
Oh,
A 7
you
successes.
noticed.
Okay, Kai, you're the only one who gets a chance to intervene because you're the only one that spots this. While everyone's arguing over the cracker and discussing
Yeah.
the crackers, you see a familiar person suddenly appear in the midst of all of you. And can you make me a challenge 5 physique brawl to stop her from snatching the cracker?
No!
Which cracker?
Which cracker?
The cracker
That's
being
Whose
right.
extended as an
cracker?
olive branch.
The one is in my hand that I'm extending out.
Yeah, the one
Or
you're
the one that-
extending out.
Okay. It would be really funny if I also pushed for this, because that would be a good bit.
It would.
Kai,
It would
if,
be a good bit.
if
love a
you
bit.
hold any love in your heart for us, you will succeed.
If you
Oh
Nice.
my God!
crit king.
My goat.
Seven success
My
crit.
goat.
Kai,
My
how would you
goat.
like to describe as you see the she fixer reach for the cracker? How would you like to describe your interference?
I genuinely think Kai is really annoyed at Mix and does not understand that this is extending an olive branch. Merru and Prior just know that they went off and talked, and now Mix is acting a different kind of weird than usual, I guess. But he really did not care to be a part of the cracker conversation, which is why he noticed the she appear in the first place. And it's not even a matter of protecting the cracker. He just needed to smack something. And hitting your friends is rude and mean. And so when the she reaches out to grab the cracker from Mix's hand, Kai takes it. Kai takes the opportunity to smack their arm out of the way. Not like... Obviously, he's not aiming to hurt this person over a cracker. But he just needs to get something out, you know?
Kai, the moment you do, the rest of you managers can suddenly see the she assassin from before who has materialized in the midst of all of you.
Whoa.
Prior doesn't scream, but he... First off, nothing there didn't warn him. So he doesn't go for his weapon, but he does sort of plant his feet and kind of like scoot back in his chair and goes, "It was Yomi, right?"
She turns to look at you and she says, "You're thinking of my subordinate."
Why did you try to steal my cracker?
Mix, she looks at you and then does not say anything and just turns
you
back
want
to
a cracker?
Prior. She once more says nothing, and simply says, "Yorichi."
Yorichi, right. Alright. He taps his head twice, as if that's gonna help him memorize it. He goes, "I can't imagine you're here On business, I hope.
No. We're not hunting you anymore. Your friend in a high place made sure of that.
What friend? What?
I'm not the Seven Association. I'm not here to give you information. And she turns and starts to leave when you ask that.
Mix in the background has been like trying to offer her a cracker.
Wait, actually, I'm gonna make a quick roll. Give me one moment.
The hunger roll.
Oh, it's just a little, 5 successes. If any of you want to try to notice her going for the cracker, you all can make me a wits, not a wits, my apologies, an intuition awareness.
Why would any
Sure.
of us care?
I care.
Oh
Wait,
my
I care.
God.
I
No,
care.
wait, so like challenge 5? Is that what you're saying?
Challenge 5.
Damn.
Wait,
Willpower. Willpower.
Wait. he notices
Yes.
everything about these fixers, except for the one time he didn't.
No, so Kai, you get
Yeah,
1
yeah.
success. Merru, you get
Yeah,
5
no.
successes. Mix, you get 2 successes. Prior, are you gonna bother to roll?
No, Pryor's distracted in like actually stopping the fixer from walking away.
Absolutely. Mix, the cracker is gone. Merru, you're the only one who sees the cracker disappear and then reappear in her mouth as she quickly, basically eats it.
Hmm.
Pryor goes, stop, hold, please. Just for a moment.
What?
Ugh. Yes.
Cracker?
Look, one, no hard feelings.
A job is a job. I am no longer
Okay.
contracted to assassinate the 4 of you.
Appreciated, I suppose. 2, I didn't ask anyone. I don't. Pryor realizes that, like, was she looking at him when she said, like, a friend in high place, or was she, like, breezing past them? Pryor doesn't want to get the wrong idea on this one.
She was not looking at you in particular, Prior. It was more she was looking at all of you as a collective.
Pryor has an idea of who it could be, but he has no clue if that's right. Look. There's so many things I could ask you. I do want to start with the most important thing first.
You could ask me a lot of things, and I would deny answering them.
Okay, may I attempt one?
Permitted.
Why did she break it off and take off the ring?
Oh my god.
That's a good question.
The
Where's
sheep
the
fixer
cracker go?
stops at that. You all see her body stiffen as if in a fighting stance of sorts. And then she rushes at you all
No,
Oh.
and pulls you
Oh.
into a little group huddle.
Oh. Okay.
Cracker?
You have no idea.
What do you mean?
You want another cracker?
This
hold
whole
up the cracker
thing. This whole thing. I've been telling the Seven Association director, you've seen her all right?
yes, of
Evelyn,
course. Yeah.
Evie. So I've been telling her
Evie,
to
oh
my
break
God.
up
Alright.
with him forever.
I do not.
You have been talking about crackers for 5 minutes. Just like
You guys have been on this topic for 15
you've
hours.
been on crackers.
Hold on.
I'm just
If I
trying
could-
to
sorry,
make
just-
things up
right,
to everyone.
Cheating. Back to the topic. Yeah.
Yes.
I hold on very, very quickly. I really appreciate the olive branch mix. Hold on, but first, okay, I knew this relationship was like bad from the beginning. Like I mean, obviously we didn't have the full story at first. We were just kind of caught up in like what happened in Fixers Monthly. But me and Merru, when we were in U Corp, we saw them at a middle syndicate bar
Mm-hmm.
together.
No way. She like kind of moves closer and she's like, you gotta tell me more about that.
I mean, Pryor was the one who made the scene.
No,
I was just
listen,
there.
hey, listen,
Unsurprising.
okay, you know, yeah, okay, fair. Listen, but no, you've got to understand, okay? I was there to get some information from just Smee or whatever the hell her name was. But either way, she runs a club, not the important details. But either way, I was crossing
No.
the club, right? And we're climbing the stairs, and I see him and that she fixer together at the bar, and they're laughing and chatting it up like they're lovebirds on a first date, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She's like nodding, like she's kind of leaning in a bit.
And this is crazy, cause like the October issue, like it's clear people knew who they were. Like this, like I'm not saying any form of cheating is okay, but like I was of the mind that like, you know, if nothing else, there was going to be an official statement or something, or like a follow-up in like the issues, but it just seemed like the two of them were just going on their day. So obviously I start looking at them, and then, you know, being a big brother, people saw me looking at them and they looked at them, and like they didn't even seem like embarrassed about being together. They seemed embarrassed about being caught. Like it was like you've already been caught once out together. Like what, your faces are in the paper.
She's a very poor she.
Yeah, I know. Really not good at the whole sights unseen thing.
No, not at all.
I think she wanted to be seen. That's how it felt. My
Like,
2%.
but it's crazy because like, you know, just if he really cared about her, like not the she, I mean whatever, that's no
Evie?
care. If he really cared about Evie, yeah, the director, like that's her reputation on the line. If he keeps getting caught out with this she, like if nothing else, he could like keep it on the low, or like let this be like officially addressed before he keeps getting spotted out. Like I can imagine this must be so hard for her.
It is. He's
My
scum,
God, my heart really goes out to her.
as does mine. And you can see that you're all used to this she being very unemotional, given most of your encounters with her have been her trying to kill you all.
Mhm.
The briefest moments you've seen a spark of emotion have been the light up at the mention of gossip, and an almost warmer look at the mention of this Seven Association woman who's being cheated on. I've been telling her to break up with him. She took off the ring at last, but... Ugh,
No, wait, they're still not broken up?
What?
it's...
Oh, don't tell me they're just taking a break. He puts like quotation marks around it.
She rolls her eyes. Yeah, like she makes that eye roll that basically confirms that you are correct in that.
Oh my God.
That never works.
No, it never, like you can't get that level of trust back once it's been broken. Like, I'm sorry, you know, I'm
you
all
should tell
for
her to throw something at him.
I have. I offered to throw something myself.
Maybe you should just do it.
No, listen,
Just an idea.
it has to come from her, or she's never going to accept it, okay? The
Fair.
last thing she needs right now is to be isolated. I thank you for being a good friend to her. Like, I know I don't really know her, but I've had many subordinates in my life, and this kind of behavior is always unacceptable, and I always try and nip it in the bud when I'm around. When I was around, I guess. But no, I wish her all the best. Thank you for being a good friend to her. It sounds like you truly do care about her, and you are a good friend.
You've noticed she's kind of pulling up her collar a bit, and for the slightest second, she's too fast for you all to really notice, but Merru, you've got the
Yes?
highest awareness. It looks like she's blushing for a moment.
Well, it's a great thing Merru bad with insight. Maybe it's hot in the room.
My God.
Yeah, Pryor does look, and he goes, right, the next round will be starting soon, I imagine. But I thank you for answering the question. I know she probably isn't going to care about a couple random fixers, but could you apologize to her from us for causing a commotion during her speech? We were just, that was actually quite rude of me. I would like to. I mean, I probably won't have the time to personally apologize, just because I imagine she's a busy woman with lots to do. But if you could pass on, if you could pass on my apologies, I would be appreciative.
Fine.
Thank you. I don't know who stopped you, but I know you don't have to tell us anything. But really,
No.
I think you don't have to. Yes.
I don't have
Is there
to.
anything you could tell us?
She is silent for a moment. And then she simply says, "No, I've already said as much as I want to." And turns away from you all.
It was very nice speaking to you.
She just gives you a nod. And as she is leaving, she kind of does turn back for a moment to all of you. And there's something in her eyes that's almost appreciation. And you all remember that younger she, the one whose name you mistook her for, was one of those fixers in the first round of the evaluation who made it through the night in the Backstreets.
Prior, let's not necessarily a smile, but a nod of understanding. And one less enemy off our board, I suppose. Mix, I apologize, but I do understand what you were trying to do there, and I also should apologize as well. No, I've been...
No, it's fine.
Alright, it's fine then. I just don't want to see anyone else die. It's a foolish dream, but it's what I have to strive for.
You do you, man.
Thank you.
And managers, as you all see, the Hana Fixer from before approaching the front of the room, you have a feeling that the third round is soon to begin. But for now, this is where we'll call our session to a close. Thank you so much to everyone who came on out